Yo, 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 yo. I'm playing Minecraft and listening to stories all day with my boyfriend. Hell yeah, dude. What are you guys doing in Minecraft? You better be creating a milk farm. You better be finding azurite stone. Just saw Beetlejuice. How was it? Was it the coolest Tim Burton flick of all time? It made you feel super gothic and want to go buy merchandise at hottopic.com/in-person at the mall. It makes me want to buy socks with Jack Skellington's face. Ooh. I remember I used to have this hoodie, and you could put your thumbs through it. And when I was feeling like real, just disconnected and unenjoying of the world, I'd stick my thumbs through the little holes and feel just a little bit of comfort as I approached the dredge that is Earth. And my bedtime being 9:30 p.m. Fuck that. We building skyscrapers in this server on survival. Bro, you must be mining all of the cobalt mines and all of Minecraft Africa. Let me know if you want to join. That might be fun. Minecraft might be a peaceful thing to get into at 34. I guess you're never too old to build Legos digitally. Yeah, I assume you have to see the original Beetlejuice movie to... What time is it? It is almost 11 p.m. for me. Just started my first playthrough of Bloodborne. Oh, damn. Good luck, friend. I definitely like the aesthetic and art style out of most of those Souls-like games. I liked Bloodborne the most, I think. Maybe because it was like the crossover with like H.P. Lovecraft inspiration. How's Deep Purr? He's good. It is really funny, like whenever he even though he has two bowls, one for wet food, one for dry. And sometimes he'll just go over there and like sit in like a very proper position, just sitting on his butt with his like a dog might sit when you tell it to sit, and just sit there and stare at the bowl. And I don't know if he's trying to like body language communicate with me that he would like a little snacky poo. But I ain't falling for it. He's got to finish all of his other disgusting goop and giblets before he gets a snack. Just raged at Tekken so hard I need this to calm down. I feel you, dude. Video games are a simulation of what we should be experiencing, which is wrestling with wildlife outside and getting cuts and scrapes that get infected and dying at 15, probably. Scary toast stories. Can you smell the toast? Colin Davis, welcome back for 3 months as I pre-ordered Astrobot. I've been playing this shit for hours today. Best game ever played. Really? Astrobot. I don't even know. How did I miss that one? Let's take a peek. Astrobot. Oh. IGN gave it a 0 out of 10. Just kidding. Okay. Is it just sort of like a Jack and Daxter type? Dude, I haven't played one of those in a long time. Dude, this looks fun. This looks exactly like something I could use. It's like it literally looks like Mario, but just, I assume, yeah, for the PlayStation. Interesting. They were just saying about how they don't have any like good IPs, but I feel like PlayStation's the only like console in the modern era that actually thinks of like new ideas. I tried playing some of Final Fantasy VII, and I only really made it through like 2 chapters and refunded it just because. Nothing against it that much. It was just like I couldn't stand the like hyper anime style dialogue. The combat wasn't bad though. I like that it was like sort of a mix between like action RPG and, you know, turn-based. It was very easy, I guess, as far as combat goes. But I just really wasn't like vibing with the story much. The Minecraft movie is cursed. This is true. What do you guys think about it? Are you excited to see Jack Black playing Steven, the mayor of Minecraft Town? Your hips are so jacked up tonight that I can't even stand up. I'm sorry, man. Would you be interested in Gorilla Dreams to sponsor your magnesium break? Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I do take it so often now that... Did I see the chase? No, what's that? The chase bank glitch from Twitch. No, I assume they fixed that pretty quick. If it has to do with a real life bank. It was an infinite money glitch. I did see some like guy in China or something was streaming and he had like thousands of phones set up and like made a decent, pretty penny from streaming. How's my Sunday going? It was a good Sunday. Really can't complain. Went to a birthday party for my one friend's son. He turned 3. And then met up with some other people as well. What's up, Jade? Did I eat cake? I had a little bit of cake, yeah. It was good cake. It was like marble. I don't even know what you want to call it. It was like a vanilla, but it wasn't like dry bullshit. I hate when cake is like dry. Does time feel like it's flying? Dude, I totally agree. I feel like just like week to week it's just like blasting by. And I do kind of wonder, maybe it's like we talked about that before, how maybe there's some sort of gravitational force that affects like our perception of time. Which actually would be interesting. Like, imagine if there was like some large celestial body like within our solar system that just based on the fact of its like presence would somehow affect our sensation of experiencing what we describe as time differently. That'd be such a weird freaking thing, you know what I mean? Just like one of those, in the same way that like we as humans might, I don't even know, experience a sensation of like anxiety from drinking too much caffeine or something. Tres leches. I definitely had that. I don't remember what it tastes like. You ordered Dairy Queen and they forgot your Blizzard? I hope they made it for you once you got there. How are they gonna forget that? Isn't that related to zodiac signs? Well, yeah, but isn't zodiac signs just like magic, space magic? Where it doesn't really have like any sort of physiological explanation other than the fact that you were born under... Maybe I don't know much about it, but I feel like people who are really into zodiac shit don't do a good job at sort of representing zodiac shit. They just say it's true in the same way that religions might say something is true. I read somewhere that we need novelty every week to slow down that sensation of time going. Oh, see, that's a great point too. Is that like when you're a kid, it's like every little day is like an important day. What's happening? What is happening? What the heck is happening? And then you point at your hat. Get it, guys? The UK stole a logo from the US, Lay's. We used the exact same logo and pattern with the yellow and red dot on our chips called Walker's Crisps. Walker's Crisps. My least favorite word. Tonight's theme is paranormal stories. And guess what? I was going to ask you guys, but I was able to find them. These are Australian paranormal stories provided to us by Papa Scare, a smaller YouTube narration channel, and he will be in the video as well. But I thought, since I promised, what's his name? Misfit Horror. I think it was Misfit Horror. Was it Misfit Horror? He comes into the chat and he was asking for a collab. And I promised him. We gave a digital pinky promise that he would be in the next video, so it's going to be Papa Scare and Misfit Horror towards the end. Aussie ghosts actually sound like the most cursed thing of all time. Yeah, it's probably just giant ethereal spiders like Lord of the Rings. Anyone find it hard to play video games anymore? I definitely do. I mean, at this point, I've just been playing Hearthstone Battleground, which when you really get down to it is just like specifically designed to be just like the same as a stupid fucking slot machine for an old person. With like a mild amount of strategy. It's pretty much just like a loot box opener. Every time you press refresh, you're hoping for something good. The NFL burned you out hard today. How come? What happened? You're playing Rainbow Six Siege, but I'm a novice. It's all good, man. I'm sure games are fun in the beginning. You see what happened to Concord? Lots of stuff happened this week. Yeah, Concord was one of those things where I was like, you know, people were so hyper-focused on the character design thing. I saw that that was like a lot of like trending topics, like people who do character design giving it like major criticisms. I'll be honest with you, I don't really give a shit about character design as much as I do just like gameplay. But I finally like went and tried to watch like a solid half hour of gameplay just to see what it was like, and it was pretty underwhelming, so I kind of understand why the game died. Especially if there was a few things I think they did probably the most wrong, aside from the gameplay being bad. Is that, well, the number one thing I think is they just didn't market it very well. Do you remember Concord being like marketed at all leading up to its release? I feel like based on the fact that it was already coming into a pretty saturated market, you kind of need people to have like a degree of hype around it, you know? Grievous, thank you for the gifter too. Brunt Toast. Thank you, thank you. Ever played Skyrim? Oh yeah. I got it OG when it released on 11/11/2011. Scrim. You could do video games and call the channel Let's Play. That's funny, yeah. I mean, that was kind of like what the Let's Read was based off of. And there actually was like a video game channel called Let's Play. I don't know. It makes me wonder actually if they still exist. That was so long ago, over a decade. Let's Play, no. Play channel. Oh yeah, they still, wow, and they have 3.5 million subscribers. They're not getting like crazy views or anything like that, but that's crazy to think I haven't checked in on them since their induction. Let's see, yeah, joined January 10th, 2006. Crazy. Samira, thank you for the 5 gifters. 2. Paradiddle, Sky Pie, Danakai, Ressa Neal, Dylan. Thank you, Samir. I appreciate that. You guys now have access to bonus content. Mischievous dog. So I should probably throw Concord. Is all about Valve's Deadlock. Yeah, I mean, I both games really, like, I tried watching someone play Deadlock, and Deadlock looked even more boring than Concord, to be honest with you. Not to be rude or anything like that. I just I don't know. I just did not like that one. Looked like it was weird. It was just like a lane, MOBA fighter with like pretty generic sort of gameplay. Not really sure how to describe it. Also, I gotta open this up. Open with Google Docs. There we go. Yeah, Wukong looks cool. I don't know. Video games just, like, for me, it's, once again, we talked about novelty earlier. I haven't experienced a sensation of novelty in video games in a while, and I realize, I think as you get older, it's probably smarter to maybe not participate in the exact same hobbies you've always had, unless they continue to give you an enjoyment. But if they do start to lose their novelty, then it might be intelligent to shift your focus towards, like, creating things. Because obviously that makes sense. Like, oh, you've experienced the media for so long, why don't you get into the process of learning how to contribute to it? And I think that would bring most people a greater degree of satisfaction. What the fuck am I doing? Oh yeah, Chech. I'm sick of sight without a sense of feeling. For show. Oh, tired of living like a blind man. There you go. Okay, I'm gonna fix this grammar. Who's excited for autumn? I'm excited for autism. It definitely been chilly out today. Have you played the puppet combo game, The Nun Massacre? It had me and my friend in pure terror. I haven't. I should, though. Oh yeah, I didn't finish it because me and my friend had to stop to go do something else, but I got about an hour into a movie. I think one of you guys suggested Where Evil Lurks, or What Evil Lurks, or something like that, and it was pretty interesting. It was like a strange mix of like a sort of zombie style Contagion, but it was like paranormal, like demonic possession. And like it had certain rules in which like it engages with the population and the way that you can engage it without like getting infected, and it's just crazy. I don't know. The fast-paced fighting style plus tons of skills is nice. Wombo combo and stuff, unlike the dodge, hit, roll in Souls games. Which game is that? Oh, the fucking monkey game. You do nothing but creatives these days. I think creative stuff just sort of gives you a lot more freedom, a lot more like control over like what you're, experiencing in the world. Whereas like a lot of the times, if you think about like consuming media, whether it's video games or movies or whatever, it's like there's a lot of room for frustration where you're frustrated it's not a certain way, but it's like, hey, you're not a fan of the way a story was written? Guess what? You can go write it yourself. And you feel good inside because you're like, wow, I am God here. Switch up genre and play something. That's true too. Like I ordered a Switch because I gave my Switch away, and now I ordered another one because I really want to play the Zelda games, the more recent Zelda games, and hopefully those are cool, It was like, yeah, I was hoping Final Fantasy VII would be interesting, but I just couldn't. The story and the dialogue was, I mean, it's, hyper anime dialogue's not terrible. It's just kind of cringy, Okay. So, yes, paranormal stories from Australia. Ready, break, go. When I was 10, my life changed in ways I could never have imagined. My father inherited an old house in remote New South Wales from a distant relative we barely knew. He thought it would be an idyllic place to raise a family, away from the hustle and bustle of city life. Little did he know what awaited us. The house was nestled in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by dense bushland. It was the perfect picture of tranquility, at least during the day. The house itself had an eerie, antiquated charm, with creaking floorboards and dimly lit hallways that seemed to stretch on forever. My family consisted of my father, my mother, my older sister Lucy, and me. We moved in with excitement and a sense of adventure, unaware of the horrors that would soon unfold. The first few nights were pretty uneventful. My father busied himself with repairs, my mother unpacked, and Lucy and I explored the property. On the fourth night, I had my first encounter. I was in my room, reading a book, when I felt a sudden chill. The room seemed darker than usual, and I had the unmistakable feeling of being watched. I looked up, and there, peering around the corner of the door frame, was a figure. It was barely visible, like a shadow, but I could make out the shape of a head and shoulders. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest, and the figure remained there for a few agonizing moments before disappearing. I convinced myself that it was just my imagination, despite the creeping fear that settled in my bones. Weeks passed and odd things continued to happen, mostly to me. My toys would be moved around and my bed would occasionally shake in the middle of the night. I told my parents, but they dismissed it as nightmares or childish imagination. One night I woke up to a whispering voice hissing my name. I sat up, drenched in sweat, and saw the same figure from before, now at the foot of my bed. It was closer and clearer. It had no features, just an inky blackness. I screamed and my mother rushed in, and the figure vanished the moment she opened the door, leaving her to comfort me and dismiss it as a bad dream. It wasn't until Lucy had her own experience that my parents began to take things seriously. She came to me one morning, pale and shaken, saying that she'd seen a woman in old-fashioned clothes standing at the foot of her bed, staring at her with hollow eyes. My parents started to believe something was off, but didn't want to admit that something supernatural might be happening. Our situation escalated over the 5 years that we lived there. It started out small, lights flickering, strange noises, and cold drafts, but grew increasingly malicious. 2 experiences stand out vividly in my memory from what I recall. The first happened during our 2nd year. My father had gone into town, leaving the rest of us alone, and it was a stormy night and the house seemed alive with almost its own energy. Lucy and I were in the living room trying to watch TV despite the frequent power flickers, and suddenly, the room went ice cold and the TV turned off entirely. In the next moment, the corner of the room darkened and we both saw it. An unmistakable figure peering out from the shadows, its eyes reflecting the dim light. It slowly moved closer and we could make out the shape of its mouth, twisted into a very cruel smile. Lucy grabbed my hand and we bolted upstairs to my parents' room, locking the door behind us. My mother tried to calm us down, but she too felt the coldness and unease that permeated the house. Another terrifying event occurred in our 4th year. My father had become more open to the idea that something was clearly wrong. He brought in a local priest to bless the house after numerous pleas from my mother, and that night, after the blessing, I was in the kitchen getting a drink of water when I felt a presence behind me. I turned and saw the same figure that had haunted me for years, now clearer than ever. It was a man, gaunt and hollow-eyed, with one side of his face hideously scarred. He stood at the entrance of the kitchen, blocking my exit, and I was paralyzed with fear. He began to move towards me, slowly, deliberately, and every step he took seemed to drain the warmth from the room. I fell to the floor, unable to move, only managing to scream when he was inches away. My father burst in and the figure vanished, leaving the air thick with dread. The priest's blessing had stirred whatever malevolence resided there. In our final year, things became unbearable. The entire family started hearing voices, footsteps, and seeing the figure, now bolder and more frequent in its appearances. It seemed to thrive on our fear, growing stronger and more aggressive. Doors would slam, objects would fly across the room, and we all felt watched all the time. And we decided enough was enough. One evening, as we packed our things to leave, the activity reached a fever pitch. The house shook, the temperature dropped to freezing, and all of us saw shadows darting around. It seemed the entity didn't want us to go, but we were very resolute in our decision. We moved out the next day, leaving behind that cursed house and never looking back. Later on, we learned that the house had a very dark history. The man who built it in the 1800s was rumored to have gone mad and taken the lives of his family. His spirit, along with others, was said to haunt the property, reliving their final moments in a twisted loop of torment. Living in that house changed us all. We never spoke of it much after we left, but the memories lingered. And even now, years later, sometimes I wake up in the dead of night, half expecting to see a face peering around the corner, watching and waiting. Wait, did it? What did it? That's weird. Did it? Was that the first story? Because I put it through ChatGPT to fix the grammar. Okay, yeah, so that was that one. Okay. Cool. How much is rent there? Yeah. Yeah, would you guys live in a very, very haunted house if it meant that your rent was free? Officiate 2 members getting hitched. Yeah, I could do it maybe remotely. That's a Doctor Who plotline, is it? That's funny. Ba-da-da-dum. Okay, I think I made a mistake in there at one point. But that was actually a pretty clean read. I think there's something strange about the paranormal stories whenever I read them that I feel like my narration, ability to not make a mistake while recording is at its strongest. I don't quite know why. Maybe I'm more engaged with the story. Mother of Microbes, welcome. I gifted you a membership. You now have access to bonus content. Depends if they're friendly ghosts or horrible demons. They're going to be horrible demons. Well, it's going to be a mix. You know, sometimes it'll start off as friendly ghosts, but things might have random spouts of just bad. Do you ever get lost in a story while reading? Like mentally? I'm definitely in it, mentally as I'm going. Kind of especially that story, I felt like I was able to kind of picture it pretty clearly as I was going. I do wish I had a little bit more pacing, though, because it seemed to go by so quick. Okay. Fix this grammar. Wait, what? Wait, did I accidentally fucking... Sorry, I think I may have copy-pasted... Oh, man, I should be pulling it from the original document that was sent to me with the spooky stories. Hitsubasa, welcome back for 20 months. With each membership he gives, he needs to give Pradeep 5 snoot boops. I can. I don't even know where he... Oh, there he is over there, licking his paws. One of my Halloween plans. Yeah, just pumping out some Halloween content. Probably at least once a week from how much we've collected, but... We can try the space hot tub. Wait, shit. Where's that at? Spooky season. Spooky. If it freezes, just type freeze in the chat so I know, and then I can go back to the other one. Because for some reason, I don't know if it's... Because it's like based on an MP4 file that just loops. So if it like stops looping, just let me know. Yeah, there was a lot of like random upsets in college football this past weekend. I don't know if you guys had watched any of it, but it was interesting to watch. It seemed like a lot of those like smaller teams were doing pretty good. Would you do live reading from haunted areas? Like go to those haunted areas and read there? I thought about that, like if I ever did like live readings, kind of like some people, I saw like Mr. Ballin does it and the Let's Not Meet podcast does it with like exclusive content that's specific to their shows. I was thinking if I would do that, I would like to do probably paranormal stuff, to be honest. I feel like if you were going to a live show, wouldn't you rather hear like paranormal content? Or what kind of content would you want to hear, you know? How did West WVU? Is that West Virginia University? Let's check. West Virginia University. Football. Oh, they won big. 49-14 Albany. And then they lost to Penn State the previous week. Is Taylor Swift's season doing well? I think they are, yeah. I saw that Mahomes what was the Kansas City Chiefs freaking record? Yeah, they beat the Ravens 20-27. I didn't watch the game, but I heard that there was a lot of like just bullshit calls towards Mahomes for roughing the passer, accidentally breathing towards our favorite player's face, ejected from the game forever. Men who glance at women's stories live. I was on the train. I looked really good, and a guy found me attractive. I threw a grenade at his head and he exploded. Actually, that'd be sick. Yeah, put like a fire pit. I don't even know. It makes me wonder how many people would come to like a show. Mr. Ballin Expo and Nick Crowley did a ghost hunting collab. Oh, that's dope. So they kind of did like a urbex type vibe together. The Cowboys won. Yeah, I saw they played the Browns, which it's Deshaun Watson, right? Is the Browns quarterback, which blew my mind. Tell me how strange it was, like setting aside the legal troubles that he had or whatever. Like, was he really that good of a player to, because he got signed to some like crazy deal? I was like, you know what I mean? Because like I saw that the Cowboys had Ezekiel Elliott back. How did he do? Because I'm just like, wasn't him going to the Patriots kind of a designation that his career has ended, or is this just sort of like he's trying to finish out his last season and then just kind of like retire as a Cowboy or something? Which is fine, and if he can contribute to the as leadership to the running back squad and actually, provide some degree of maybe like third down potential. West Coast, let me know when I should purchase tickets. I'll come help prepare a bonfire. Yeah, we all have. That'd be funny. Like every show I put on is like a giant like sacrificial pyre. Black Ops 6 beta Omni movement is for hardcore sweats. Dude, I saw some people playing Black Ops 6. Dude, that looks like Call of Duty is so fucking overrated. Like, it's so painfully overrated. Bitched about this too much already, but I don't understand. There's nothing about the game has changed. Like, now there's Omni movement, which nobody fucking uses because you can still get kills just doing your typical fucking Twitch shooter kind of arcade vibe. And then now you can go up behind people and grab them and say stupid shit in their ear. It's just like, who cares, man? Like, what happened to actually making your game feel like an actual sequel? Like, we're not just on the 6th Call of Duty, we're on Black Ops 6. Like, that blows my mind. When the fuck was Black Ops 4? When was 5? Any new Mr. Beast lore? I don't know. I did see something on Twitter pop up where it's like he's responding this week, but you know, it's like, who gives a shit at this point when it comes, I mean, not who gives a shit in the sense of negating any bad stuff that happened, but just like these, you know, big content creators, like, it's, if anything, it's like drama and that kind of stuff almost just generates more eyes on them. And it's like, if you're not going to watch it, you're not going to watch it. But it's like his new video, let's see, one day ago, 53 million views, you know. His response, he could go on Twitter where it's like legal to show nudity, pull down his pants, spread his butt cheeks, and fart, or maybe poop in the direction of the camera. And I think you would see like literally zero effect on whatever the fuck views he gets on his videos and stuff. In fact, I hope he does that. I hope his response is, hey guys, I'm gonna shit out $1 billion poop right now, just like all of my videos. Does he buy views? I don't think so. I think he just, you know, I mean, I'm sure he definitely gets some preferential treatment from YouTube because he's like the face of the platform. But, I mean, that in and of itself is just very marketable stuff. Like, it's just, hey guys, here's a bunch of money, and here's a challenge, and here's a bunch of clickbaity nonsense, and the editing is like a fucking TikTok video. Ever been to any concerts? Yeah, I've been to various concerts over the years. I'm not like a huge concert goer, to be honest with you. I don't mind live music, but I don't really like the idea of just like going to a concert and kind of just like bobbing up and down like, yepers. Could have listened to this at home, but whatever. Yeah, he goatsies. That's probably his best choice. Oh yeah, Nikocado Avocado lost a fuck ton of weight. That was brilliant. I think that was awesome. There was some girl who was like made a video crying about him being weird or something. I don't know what the fuck. It's just like, everyone shut up. Holy fuck. There's always like some fucking thing, you know. Just make content. Christine, welcome back. I mean, I don't know the context of that, so I could be, you know, being rude or whatever, but Christine, welcome back for 4 months. Love the channel. Thank you, my friend. It's good to see you. Went to a System of a Down concert. Nice. He's skinnier than you. That's all good. I mean, honestly, he looks like it was 2 years, but he seems to have lost, like, not just fat, but like a lot of like muscle mass. So maybe he wasn't like doing any weightlifting at all, which, if that's the case, he might have just been starving himself, which may not have been very good as far as the process of like your metabolism goes and dropping down. I hope he wasn't on like Ozempic or something, because that could have made things worse. I saw a funny meme when it was like, where it's like when Nikocado like shows his inflamed asshole on for the entire internet to see, and it's like him being like, you all fell into my elaborate scheme. Do you know about Smart Schoolboy 9? I did see everybody like making videos and shit like, wow, what is this Smart Schoolboy 9 stuff? It's crazy. But I didn't take the time to get the lowdown. You've been a member for a minute, didn't you know you could do that? Oh yeah, do like a Usually like like on Twitch it will like prompt you to say like share your milestone or whatever, but I'm not sure if YouTube like prompts you to do that. Watch the videos of him sucking his tongue. Is that Schoolboy or is that... He's also a very strange looking person. Like, is that all like makeup or what the fuck is that? Ozempic seems weird. Yeah, I've heard only really bad things about Ozempic. The two things that I heard, and you know, you have to look into this, I don't really know exactly, was that it just like slows down pretty much your absorption of food completely, which would make sense. If you don't absorb food, you're not gonna like gain any weight and you're just essentially starving internally. But it also fucks up like the serotonin receptors in your belly. So I've heard people have some like pretty drastic depression symptoms from taking it, maybe. So I feel like the tried and true controlling your diet and exercising might be probably the best way to approach that kind of shit. Can someone give me the lowdown on the smart schoolboy? Give me a too long didn't read. Didn't read? Obama. You're on the highest dose, you get tired only. Okay. Yeah, how have you been like... Is it for diabetes, or like are you been controlling or like getting your weight under control, or... It's funny to think that Nikocado like still makes mukbang videos. Like that's his content. I mean, obviously he's sort of a boisterous character who's funny or whatever, but I just like totally forgot that like he just sits there and eats noodles and that's his thing. He's gonna get fat again. Maybe. I mean, honestly, the cool thing is like if you can get that skinny that fast, like just being able to, I mean, it's you probably don't feel good. Because, I mean, what does he say? He lost 250 pounds, which 250 pounds, how much does he weigh now? Like 110 or something? Like what? How fucking fat was he? He's a 59-year-old man who pretends to be a 9-year-old schoolboy on Instagram. It's a bit odd. But I guess that's most of our uncles. Just out there living life. Your mom takes Ozempic, but only for her diabetes. She hasn't lost any weight, but it's one of the only things that helps her sugars stabilize. Okay. What do I think about the tent people on YouTube? Seems to be a thing. Tent people, is that like living out of a tent, or is it like Skid Row tents, or what do you mean? Why do people eat that much for content? I've always thought that kind of content is disgusting. Yeah, some people don't. Like, they just enjoy the slurping and glurping of large amounts of food, and I think it gives them some degree of, like, ASMR vibe, and maybe they find it fascinating. Like, the super ultra skinny Asian girl that's eating all those noodles is actually, like, a giant Cthulhu octopus beast under the table or something. That's where she stores all of it. Went out in public wearing a schoolboy uniform and chased an actual kid around and posted it. Interesting. Kind of reminds me of like the Lost Media style of scary. And then we found the old SpongeBob orange VHS tape. Ooh. Hey, Vent, good luck with that, my friend. Hope you get the job. Or she has a tapeworm. That would be nuts. She probably has like a 50-foot tapeworm if that's the case. It just like bursts out of her. I'm ready to take on the world. No, but he stopped acting mentally ill too? I don't know. I mean, maybe the mentally ill thing was part of the act as well, just being wacky and zany and screaming and stuff. In the video, I think he was like, he had a bird. Was it like a budgie or something like that? I didn't know if he's still with his boyfriend still. They always seemed like they were on the verge of not enjoying each other too much. Pipergate. What's Pipergate? Unaired R18 SpongeBob Lost Media. How do we get you to twerk? I think it's donate $30 or more and I will shake my butt for the camera. Just kidding. All right. Make sure I get this. Yeah, okay. Finding a rental in suburban Victoria that was actually affordable seemed like a miracle. My two housemates and I, all in our early 20s and juggling part-time jobs with university, couldn't believe our luck when we found a charming house at the end of a quiet cul-de-sac. It was suspiciously cheap for the area, but we chalked it up to our good fortune and a landlord eager to fill the place quickly. We moved in during an unusually warm summer. The house had a dated but cozy feel with worn carpets and faintly creaking floorboards that we wrote off as part of its charm. It wasn't long before we started to notice some oddities. The first night, while we were unpacking in the living room, we heard footsteps running up and down the hallway. We dismissed it as the house settling, maybe some old pipes, but the footsteps continued every night, always around the same time, 2 a.m. My room at the end of the hallway. Oops. Another old dude on the internet pretending to be a little girl. He would post uncanny videos and edits of children and edit to have... okay, yeah, that's creepy. Are you sure that wasn't you, Sam? Oh, I thought that was Sam that typed that. That was Jade. Sorry. Poor Sam. I'm just immediately trying to throw shade on him. Soothing cup of tea, thank you. More demon stories. Well, that's what we're getting right now. Timmy Tim. Hey, Cass, good to see you. My room was at the end of the hallway, so I was often the last to hear the footsteps before they faded away. One night, I decided to stay up and see if I could catch whatever or whoever was causing the noise. I sat in the living room, lights off, with only the glow from my laptop for company. And right on cue, the footsteps started. Light, rapid steps, unmistakably human, yet not matching anyone's presence. As they approached the living room, I felt a chill run down my spine. The air grew cold, and the footsteps stopped just short of the drawer away. The Irish accent always comes out. It doesn't look sane to you? I don't know. Every fucking YouTuber's a little bit insane. I guess we're all kind of insane. Have you seen the new Linkin Park Material? I have not, no. I did see they got like a female singer or something like that as their person. But they're like part of Scientology, and that was not so good or whatever. Well, sometimes you have to separate the fart from the fartist and just keep it in a little jar for you. Take a big sniff when you need it. Wonder how you end up in Scientology if you're just like raised in it, because like the actual adults who like join it, it's hard for me to trust an adult who makes decisions like that at a later point. But at the same time, I guess we're all kind of just looking for something that maybe it's just easy to fall into. Thoughts on Galaxy Gas? I'm not familiar. They were born into Scientology, but we don't know if they're still involved while internet is trying to cancel for it, though. I mean, whatever. All cancellation is just good publicity in the right circumstances, you know. I wouldn't have heard about her if people didn't say she had some sort of controversy. If she was the nicest girl ever, and she's, you know, replacing the person in Linkin Park, then that would be that, and I wouldn't even check out their music. But because I think sometimes there's like a psychological trigger in people's minds whenever they see that there's a hypothetical group of individuals on the internet who are not a fan of someone because of something they did or whatever, suddenly it generates a certain degree of intrigue within your mind, and you say, maybe I should go see the new Minecraft poopy whoopy movie. If you can't Tom Cruise along, then where can you really cruise? It's true. What about Calm Cruise? Am I a fan of Linkin Park? I was a big fan of Linkin Park back in like middle school era, because that's like when they came out for me. And, you know, you were going through your emotional phase. Tried so hard. It was like that and like Linkin Park, or not, sorry, that and like Limp Bizkit and like various other just like rock, you know, new rock, would you call it? I don't really know. New metal. Chester joined the long list of people who tried to expose the corruption in the system, who just mysteriously then died and tried to expose it. Yeah, what did Chester do to expose? You know, speaking of conspiracy theories, I saw someone post about the death of Steve Irwin, which Steve Irwin is like one of my favorite celebrities of all time, just because he seemed like such a genuinely kind individual, and his death was very sad. But then someone was saying like that the rarity of getting, you know, stung by a stingray, but then also into your heart is so rare or something, that they believe that someone tried to kill him, like there was some degree of conspiracy external from just a stingray doing it, which I didn't know where you're supposed to find any more like sort of speculation on that. Who the fuck is Michael Jackson? Hee hee. That's funny. Especially enjoyed Linkin Park during the 2000s, but then their most recent stuff is questionable. You know, I think, yeah, I don't recall like checking out any new stuff as the years went on and it necessarily resonating with me. Not that I would knock anybody for enjoying them. I was just like, all right, you know, because whenever you enjoy music at a certain time, like especially during your developmental years of middle school to high school, your interests change and who you are, and to a certain degree changes pretty rapidly. So like you sort of associate your like for a certain artist just with the changing of your brain and personality. And so that's what I always kind of associated with his music, was like, oh, that was just something I was into at age, you know, 12 or whatever. Not any sort of association with the fact that maybe the music itself as a whole was not so good. I don't know. What time my live streams usually start? I mean, ideally I would like to start at 9:30 EST, but due to a lack of, you know, ability to do anything on time, mixed with procrastination, and then when I finally get going, I'm like, shit, I gotta organize all these stories and get them. I'm like, fuck, I'm so far behind. Did you ever get into an emo phase? You know, all I can really describe my emo phase was more just like internal, you know, like I would listen to the music and have some degree of feelings, but I never had much like style, you know what I mean, where you like were a kid who really expressed yourself through like some sort of fashion sense. Maybe because I just like thought associating too much with like one type of style or one type of thing was kind of limiting, or maybe even kind of silly. I'm a professional, exactly. I always wore button-down suits and tap shoes. Did I play any sports? I played football and rugby. I played baseball when I was younger for a while, but Jesus Christ, baseball is so boring. If you think it's boring to watch, it's like only a modicum amount more fun to play. And then the season drags on so fucking long that eventually your parents are like, can you just quit this stupid fucking sport? Mia Garcia, thank you for the 15 months. Hey y'all, hola Senor Joel. Just finished eating 3 giant soft gooey chocolate chip and walnut cookies. Oh my god, that sounds beautiful. I hope they were fresh out the schmoven. But thank you for 15 months. Plenty instruments. I don't. But I was thinking more recently, like, I've said for so long that I want to do music, you know, just as a form of creative outlet. And I just realized more and more, I'm like, life goes by so fast. And when you sit there and you think about, like, I don't know, somebody from the 1600s, just a hypothetical person that pops into your mind from the 1600s, maybe they're wearing sort of gothic, fluffy white pants. And, well, long story short, they're dead now. And one day, you will be looked at as the person in someone's mind as being dead. And so if there's anything that you want to do prior to said death, you might as well just do it. It's not that hard. Everybody else has already done it. You know you can do it too. And even if they haven't done it, maybe you're the one to do it, you know? Yeah, you got that medieval drip. Drippy drop on my clippy clop. Am I a Tolkien fan? I am a Tolkien fan, yeah. I've earnestly read through The Hobbit. I can't say I made it all the way through the Lord of the Rings stuff, but I did watch the movies, but I know that those are kind of like much more abridged versions, I suppose. Am I a doomer? Sometimes I get caught in the doomer thing because just so many people always talk about like history going in like patterns, you know what I mean? Compared to like previous times in history, and even though it's might play out differently, I don't know. I try not to let it get to me too much, because obviously at the end of the day, we as humans are survivors. We are good at surviving. So no matter the circumstances, even if it does get dire, I imagine we will do our best to survive and make the best of said scenario. In the same way that tomorrow you could wake up and, you know, you got into a car accident and now you're without legs. You could also wake up tomorrow and the sort of fiat currency that we operate on suddenly just collapses in on itself. Has Joel been away from streaming lately? I feel like I haven't seen them till today. No, I've been up. Yeah, it's just sometimes YouTube doesn't notify. There is a live tab on the main page of the YouTube channel. You can see like where people live stream last. And it's usually for me every Sunday and Wednesday. You saying we're going to wake up dead? No, but you might wake up with a different life. You know, it might not be tomorrow. It might not be next year. But things can change. And that is just something you as a human have to be prepared to deal with. Read your comment. What's up, buddy? Yeah, we got disposable thumbs. Accepting life where it's at. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and it's good to accept where life is at and then to strive for a better one. I apologize if sometimes my words get too nihilistic, because that's not what I want to impart on anybody. Will you do another collab, blame it on George? Yeah, at some point if he wants to. Absolutely. I went from chasing a PhD to convalescing on a sofa for 4 months overnight. Convalescing. What's the convalescing mean? Like, is that depression or is that seizures? Or being just stuck in a couch? I prefer to flush all thoughts until the only thing that matters is but a dog with the butt on. That's honestly about as real as you can get, yeah. But a dog. That'd be so funny. And like every single time anybody, like one of your friends tries to get deep with you, you just like look at them, you go, but a dog with the butter. Do a collab with Tat's top videos. I'd love to. Yeah, I think Tat's, I haven't checked their stuff in a while, but I was curious if they still do the secure, contain, protect stuff, because that would be a really cool one to collab with. To convalesce means to basically lay in bed and hope that they get better. Hope that you get better. A healing process. Like mentally? Because I feel like if it's sort of a depression thing, for me, I've come to find that like, if you're down in the dumps depressive, sometimes that convalescing on a couch would enhance your depression because it's also enhancing your boredom. And to me, I associate depression in one of its many causations or like variables that influence it is definitely boredom. And if you can just do things to distract yourself and move on with life, if you can just like whatever troubles come at you and you can just run away from it, but run away in a different direction that's also productive, I feel like that would be better than rotting on a couch, you know? Yeah, especially if it's something physical. What if you're not human? Yeah, you're probably human. Behavior activation is best for depression. Yeah, what is that? What would you define that as? Signing up for the new 24-hour gym close to my office. Heck yeah, dude. Get swoly-woly. Feel good. I feel that sitting around sometimes makes me dwell on whatever is making me sad. Yeah, you know, you need to, especially if it's something you can't change, you know? That's not good. Hence why it's like you just need to divert all gaskets to lane Z. Type of cognitive therapy. Wait, what did you say? Behavior activation, cognitive therapy. I feel like you'd have to give me like an example of what you mean, just so I have better context to what you're saying. Eat an apple. Yeah, apples are fucking good. The air grew cold, and the footsteps stopped just short of the doorway where I was sitting. I looked up, but there was nothing there. Just darkness and the overwhelming feeling of being watched. Now, we laughed it off the next day, but a sense of unease definitely lingered. And then came the touches. It started with Claire, one of my housemates. She'd been studying at the kitchen table and would suddenly feel a light brush against her shoulder, like someone lightly running their fingers over her to get her attention. She'd whip around, expecting to see one of us, but the room would be empty. And over time, Sam and I experienced the same cold, fleeting touches, ever so gentle but profoundly unsettling. The real terror, though, began with the sightings. One evening, while we were all relaxing in the living room, I noticed a shadowy figure peering in through the window. I jumped up, thinking someone was trying to break in, but as I moved closer, the figure seemed to melt away into the night. Sam saw it too, confirming I wasn't just seeing things, and from that point on, the figure haunted us, watching us from the windows, always just at the edge of our vision, disappearing whenever we tried to confront it. The worst night of our lives in that house started just like any other. We had gathered in the kitchen for a late dinner. Plates and cutlery clattered as we joked about the house being haunted, nervously laughing off of our shite. Peter, what's up, dude? I thought you were in the mountains or something like that, or was that just a weekend trip? I feel myself getting sad. I start cleaning, take a walk, get up and move. Yeah, you know, that's staying active. I think we as humans are a lot more similar to like border collies than we realize. Like, what does a border collie like to do? It likes to herd animals and have a little bit of a silly job. And I think we as humans need our silly little jobs to keep us focused. It doesn't mean that we don't have other means in which we can find satisfaction as well, but it gives us structure, and structure is good. Changing behavior changes thoughts and feelings, so doing things changes thoughts and emotions, leading to less depression and convalescence. That's true too, yeah, I guess, because I saw that one guy where he was tickling Dr. Mike's feet. If you ever seen Dr. Mike's channel, I haven't watched much of it, but I just saw a clip, and he was like, what do you think when I do that? And it was a little creepy, but it was funny. But he was just basically illustrating that external stimuli generate thoughts. We don't necessarily know what thoughts are, but the external stimuli generate those thoughts. So if you can change the external stimuli that you have upon you, those negative thoughts that you currently have might transform into, ones that don't make you want to jump off a cliff. Babes Mariba, thank you for the 5 gifters too. Alexander Customs, Christine J, Kraken Studio, The Real Booty, Ben W, and Z. Thank you, babes. Mischievous Fresh. The time someone got their arm ripped off where I work. Oh, God. That sounds rough. Sounds like the movie The Machinist with Christian Bale. Oh, what's up, Migrad? How you doing, dude? We're reading ghost stories. Plates and cutlery clattered as we joked about the house being haunted, nervously laughing off our fear. It was around midnight when things started to take a turn. As we sat eating, the temperature in the room plummeted. Our breath became visible, hanging in the air like smoke. The kitchen light flickered, casting erratic shadows all around us. And then, without warning, the cupboard doors flew open, and plates began to hurl themselves off the shelves. We stared in shock as they shattered against the walls and floors, and amid the chaos, a high-pitched, blood-curdling shriek filled the air, echoing throughout the house. It wasn't just a noise. It was a tormenting sound, like something from the depths of a nightmare. We bolted from the kitchen, only to find the hallway blocked by that same shadowy figure. It loomed larger than ever, a dark mass with indistinct features but a very real presence, and the air felt thick, almost tangible, with hatred and malice radiating from it like a feeling. We hesitated for what felt like an eternity, then bolted for the back door, leaving behind everything but our need to escape. We never spent another night in that house. We called the landlord the next morning demanding an immediate termination of our lease, and surprisingly, or perhaps not, they didn't argue with us. We managed to find temporary accommodation with friends and eventually secured a new place far away from that cul-de-sac and any lingering spirits. Only later did we find out that that house had a very dark history to it. Previous tenants had left suddenly, some claiming that the place was haunted, others describing experiences similar to ours. It wasn't something the landlord ever mentioned, and perhaps it wasn't something they believed or even wanted to believe. But living there changed us. We grew quieter, more introspective, and I find myself glancing over my shoulder a lot more, half expecting to see a shadow peering back at me even in the safety of my new home. Some nights, especially when it's quiet and the house is settling, I swear I can still hear those footsteps. I hate reading, this is true. It takes too much sugar juice out of my brain. Yeah, Misfit. So tonight we're reading Aussie paranormal stories, and then in tomorrow's video you're going to be in it, and so is Papa Scares, if you're familiar with Papa Scares' channel. So I hope you're okay with that, doing a kind of a combination collaboration. But yeah, how old am I? I am 34. I am a middle-aged dude. How often do you hear that the stories are just creepypastas? I guess sometimes people comment that, but it's not as frequent as you would imagine. Everyone's pretty chill about stuff. Stacks of ice cream and candy around him, like Al from Death Note, yeah. He's thinking so hard all the time, he's burning 12,000 calories. I remember hearing that people playing, like, chess were, like, thinking so extraordinarily hard that they burned some crazy amount of, like, 10,000 calories during their, like, chess tournaments, or, like, during even just individual days of a chess tournament, which seems crazy. Wait, we're middle-aged? Somebody told me that 34 is middle-aged, or 35. Well, I mean, if pretty much 35. I don't necessarily feel middle-aged. I feel quite youthful and capable. But maybe I just associate the term middle-aged with, like, someone who's dying or something. Not dying, but you know what I mean, like, pretty much unfuckable. Oh, is that what middle-aged means, though? Like, you're, like, in the complete middle? What's my favorite movie? Probably Ghost in the Shell, I think. Yeah, I'll go with Ghost in the Shell. I mean, maybe that's, like, an old middle-aged thing. I mean, obviously, like, life has come a long way where people have found ways to sort of stay more healthy and young or whatever. I do plan on living to at least, like, 98, maybe 100. Do you like Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind? I actually watched that recently with a friend. I'm trying to remember. It was like Jim Carrey and some annoying chick. And he was annoying too, kind of. I don't remember particularly liking the movie for some reason. Maybe because we talked during it the entire time. That probably didn't help. It's one of your favorites. Ah, shoot. I wish I had, like, just seen it, but for some reason it like didn't stick with me. I don't quite remember, but I guess I can't really speak on it if I don't fucking remember. Have watched Tangled. I don't think, is that the one with the Disney, or it's Pixar, right? Or it has, like, they have a bow and arrow. There is no Jim Carrey. Super nostalgic. Yeah, what? Oh, yeah, it's so weird, actually. Yeah, because, like, they have, it's like a brain, it kind of reminds me of, oh, you know what you might like, Cass, is the video game Soma. Have you heard of the video game Soma? It's sort of from it's from the people who made Amnesia, the Dark Descent, the scary game. But it's not as scary, I would say, as that. And it's more focused on just, like, a very strict science fiction tale. Oh, you know that one. Oh, you started it recently. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, that one's really good. I won't spoil it for you, but it's similar kind of brain concept, I guess. Have you heard of Myst? Yeah, I remember seeing that many times when I was younger. I almost feel like my uncle would play that on his PC, but I never gave it, like, a chance-y poo. Yeah, what? So there was Soma. Wait a minute. So there was the Dark Descent, Amnesia, Soma, and then there was Amnesia, a Machine for Pigs or something. Machine for Piglets. And then, wasn't there a more recent game from the people of Amnesia? Maybe a World War I game, or maybe that was Machine for Pigs. I forget. Fiance and you needed the walkthrough. Oh, for Myst. Yeah, those types of games that are like, they did, you know, They did not mess around when it came to like puzzles back then. Like you really needed to think out the freaking box. Do I know who Ada Wong is? No, who's Ada Wong? She's never Wong. Oh yeah, Darkwood. Dude, I love games like Darkwood. Like I don't play Darkwood per se cuz it's a little too spooky for me, but like games like Darkwood, games like The Forest, these sort of like asymmetrical games with like a very rich and in-depth story where you almost have to uncover it on yourself, but they don't really like hold your hand. I love those types of games because it just means that like whoever like built that world put an incredible amount of like thought into it, to be able to not find it in like a linear way or progress like a movie or a story, but just like you find it in your own time and you piece the story together, which is just pretty sick. Kelly, thank you so much for the gifter too. Jenny Thomas, welcome. Oh wait, is this story 2? Oh, that was story 2, which reminds me, guys, remember, you have to tell me if I make a mistake in a story, I gotta gift you a membership. I'm trying to grew my rumbles, but I can't figure out how much. What is it? Grew your rumbles. I played Firewatch. I heard good things about Firewatch. I don't think I've fully played it. David De La Rosa, thank you for the 2. And welcome, Stoned. Sons of the Forest. I played I was kind of frustrated with Sons of the Forest because they kind of held your hand this time and telling you where like things are, like key things. So when it was in beta or whatever, I sort of rushed through to like figure out the story, and it kind of frustrated me too also that like when it came to the story it wasn't completed upon its release on beta, but like the way that it released was or like pre-alpha or whatever the fuck it was, the way that it released pretended like it was done, so you pretty much got everything out of it that you probably could have before it even released. Soma is a concept from A Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. Oh, really? Like Soma the term, or Soma? Yeah, what does it say in that? Do you know about 9 Hours, 9 Persons, 9 Doors, or the other Zero Escape games? I have not, no. What's that? Is that a pretty serious puzzle game? When no one is around, you say, "BB, I love you." What do you, to myself or my cat? What do I have against people with braces and glasses? I guess it's just sort of an instinctual thing as a bully. I just want to like pick them up and shake their Chuck E. Cheese coins out of their jeans. But that's just me. Let's get one thing straight. I've hiked the Blue Mountains before, but nothing, I mean nothing, could have prepared me for what I experienced during what was supposed to be a routine trek through its canyons. It began as a clear morning, the kind Aussies brag about. The eucalypt haze that gives the Blue Mountains their name wrapped around the cliffs in a dreamy shroud. I set off from Katoomba. I mean, I don't know, I just think like since I was kind of a school bully, like some people see that as like sort of antisocial behavior, like bad. I see it as sort of just like a natural deterrent. Like with me there, like if you as the nerd are like a bacteria, I'm there as like the antiseptic to like keep you clean. Because if the nerds get too much, I think it creates a sort of social infection. You know what I mean? I'm sort of a T cell within the body's immune system. Katumbar. Oh, is that how you say it? Katumba. Hello, my name is Katumba. Katumba. I'm Mr. Beast level of mean, that's true. I am 50 million views worth of evil. The cool thing about being a school bully is I would sort of like float around. Sort of like the, you know, like those singular eye beasts in D&D from like Chinese lore. I would just like float and like monitor the hallways. And like if I caught you and you were like sort of had a nerd aura about you, like say you were into like Star Wars a little too much, I would turn you to stone. Yeah, I'm a beholder. Have you done K-pop stans horror stories? I don't think so. That would be interesting. Katumba. Katumba. Well, okay, I want to point out, I don't know if it's Katumbar. I just think it sounds like they're saying it like an Australian. Katumba. 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 Whatever. What's up, Audrey? How we doing? Who's Mr. Beast? He's just an up-and-coming YouTuber. I know they're older movies, but what did you think of the Creep movies? P.S. I love your channel. Oh, like Creep Show? Or think of the Creep movies. Was there a movie just like called Creep? Arnar. Because Creep Show is great movies if you've seen those. I love anthology horror. I started starve maxing. That's probably what's his name did. Nikocado. Did you get a chance to hear my narration? I hope it was good enough quality. Let's listen to it right now. Live reaction. Out in the field. Misfit horror. I do recall it. Yeah, I like it. Where are you from? Well, let me listen again. Living with my heart. I forget where you said you were from, because I wonder if, because the other guy, Papa Scares, I think he's from Australia, and I'm trying to pinpoint this accent. Stoned and ready for bed, hell yeah. Okay. New Zealand. That's what I was going to say. It sounded like Australian, but it sounded like softer, which that's kind of how I view the New Zealand accent, where it's not quite as harsh up here in the high frequencies of Australia, but down here from New Zealand. No, I don't even know if I'm doing it right, to be honest. They just seem, their voice, like their accent just seems a bit softer. I said Afro Kantumba. Fuck. I said Afro Kan. Oh my god. I set off from Katoomba, pumped for a day of solitude in the haunting beauty of the Gross Valley. Gross Valley? Katoomba. Oi, mate, no worries. No worries, just got my arm bit off by a croc, no worries. Okay, wait. Gross. Anybody know how to... I'm going to type this in. It's Grose. Anybody know how to say that shit? I guess we could ask Chat BBC. Pardon me, Chat BBC, may I ask you a question? May I ask you a question? Robot Overlord? How you say gross? It's in Aussie land. Grosser? Wait, you're wrong. Wait, right? What? Wait, what? Okay, as in the Gross Valley is typically pronounced Gross. Oh, like Rose. Okay, cool. The Gross Valley. The disgusting valley. Jesus. I set off for... I keep, like, fucking the flow of that up for some reason. I set off from Katoomba, pumped for a day of solitude and the haunting beauty of the Groves Valley. Honestly, I should have turned back when I first felt that tingle in my neck, the one you get when you think someone's watching you. Being the dauntless bloke that I pretend to be, I chalked it up to the chill of the mountain air. Bad call. I missed the trail marker, my mind set on the shifting shadows between the gum trees, and that's when I got lost. The paths here wind around and double back like a snake. I've trekked them plenty, but today they had teeth, and they bit me hard. Hours passed, and I realized that I was properly stuffed. Night fell like a curtain, fast and unforgiving, and I've never known dark like that, not the city kind. This was a velvety, pressing darkness that oozed into your bones and stayed there. My phone's flashlight cut through it like a weak whisper against a thunderstorm. Every tree looked like a gnarled hand, and every bush rustle. It'd be funny if that was someone's name. Hello, I'm Bush Russell. Disgusting. Tanzania. I've been read maxing for a decade, but it's not stories. Oh, good point. That is a membership, isn't it? Thank you for reminding me. Damn it to hell. Just kidding. I get excited when I give out presents. Like, I saw some meme where it was like someone staring at someone and like, what do you want? Do you want your present now or later? That's fucking me, baby. That's so me. That's so fucking me, dude. I'm a guy that gives presents and I love it. Rachel Ann, welcome to the Buttersuck Call. You now have access to bonus content. Joel, is YouTube your full-time job, or do you have another? This is my full-time job, yeah. This and podcasting is my dealio, as well as, you know, other little trinkets. Did I do something before this? I did sell drugs for a while. Like hard ones. Meth, amphetamines, cocaine, fucking heroin. Like whatever would just like ruin someone's life, I just handed it out for free. You know, I was the most generous drug dealer. Your newer podcasts sometimes have repeat stories from a couple of months ago. Yeah, like the podcasts are like a year behind compared to the YouTube. It's just like compilations. Yeah, I sold Shell Fent behind the McDonald's dumpster, which is also just a grimace shake. I wonder if anybody did like the super ultra funny meta humor of the grimace shake meme where they're like, oh, grimace shake, let's give it a try. And they're just like, it's pretty good. And then they didn't die in a gruesome way. Yeah, all the videos you guys have been seeing has been me where I was 250 pounds heavier. In tomorrow's video, you're going to be listening to me pretty much the skinniest you've ever heard. Every tree looked like a gnarled hand, and every bush rustle felt like a warning. And here's the goosebump bit. I wasn't alone. Not once did I see it clearly, but by the twitch of twilight, there was something behind me, a presence that hummed with malice. You know those stories of Aussie spirits, the ones old-timers talk about in hushed tones by the fire? I'd laugh them off, but out there, laughter was about as useful as an ashtray on a motorbike. It felt like a hunt, and I was the quarry, stumbling over roots, and my breath a ragged prayer. My phone beeped a low battery warning. Seriously? Now? I pushed through the bush, gripping the phone like a talisman, but even texts a cold comfort. Why is it... I guess the writing's not bad, but I'm kind of like wondering, like, did Chat BBC change the writing to be like so kind of cringy? Text cold bad call. Maybe, yeah. I laughed them off, but out there, laughter was about as useful as an ashtray. Okay. Yeah, I guess that's it. A paranormal encounter. Not really. Yeah, imagine you're like pole dancing in a strip club, but you're wearing really heavy like sweatpants and sweatshirt so that you can like burn a sweat like a wrestler. What's up, Leslie? How we doing? I pushed through the bush, gripping the phone like a talisman, but even tech's cold comfort was slipping away. The hours to dawn stretched eternal, and my world shrunk to the feeble circle of my dying light. When the brush gave way to an open dirt road, it felt like a mirage. I was giddy with relief, like this was some twisted outback Wizard of Oz junk. There wasn't a yellow brick road, but I'd have kissed that dirt if I hadn't been so parched. I followed it, boots crunching, every echo a question. When the ranger station silhouetted against the night, I could have wept. The ranger, a bloke named Darrow, had the look of a man who'd seen it all and then some. He listened to my tale with a grave nod and gave me a lift back to my ute, throwing Gave me a ride to my ute. He listened to my tale with a grave nod, gave me a lift back to my ute, throwing glances to the rear view like he expected my ghostly mate to be thumbing a ride. Your 500-pound life is on. Joel, I can do most of those non-American accents that you may struggle with. I would be happy to be your permanent go-to guy for a separate voice. If you like. In what circumstance would that be? Like reading for a... I just think that would take too much time to coordinate, like if I had an Australian or New Zealand accent to like go grab somebody. Just, my editing process is kind of like it's due that day or it's due at midnight kind of vibe, you know what I mean? And I gotta get going. What up, baby boy? 75 in Rhode Island, loved it, ready for fall. Yeah. I feel you. What's up, Graphic? How we doing? He listened to my tale with a grave nod and gave me a lift back to my ute, throwing glances to the rear view like he expected my ghostly mate to be thumbing a ride. Don't hike alone, he said, his voice almost lost in the engine's growl, especially not when the mountain's restless. I haven't been back since. Shit. Coke and bowls, too. I haven't been back since. People say it was all in my head. Dehydration, panic, the bush playing tricks. And maybe they're right. But sometimes when the city's asleep and my flat's quiet, I swear I hear that whisper of a presence, feel that shiver down my spine. Sydney's got enough to explore without looking for trouble, and if you ever find yourself up in the Blue Mountains, stick to the beaten path, and for the love of all that's holy, respect the signs, both the ones in the ground and the ones in your gut, and bring a bloody flashlight. New Orleans stories? I don't think so. Am I a dog or a cat person? I love them both, to be honest with you. I grew up being a dog person, and all I could have in my previous living situation was a cat, so now I got one to have a pet, but he turned out to be such a good boy that now I love cats. Probably because he infected my brain with whatever parasite exists in his poop. My cat's name is Pradeep. He's over there. He's like on his back, kind of. Like slightly flipped over, but not really. Curled in a ball. Witchcraft. Witchcraft, witchcraft, witchcraft. He is a black cat. And he's got like a medium hair. If you look back through my Twitter, maybe Instagram, well, probably Twitter would be best since the pictures stay. You'd be able to see what he freaking looks like. I had a Louisiana story. Oh, okay. What's Pradeep's social security? I was just thinking that earlier, where I was like, I heard Pradeep make like a noise, like, and I was like, what's that? And I looked back, and he was on the ground, like flipped over because he was making noise because he wanted attention. So I went over and rubbed his belly, and I was just thinking, like, man, cats don't have to worry about social security numbers. They don't have to worry about loans or interest rates. They don't have to worry about wars. I mean, granted, other cats, I guess, and the various other animals in the wild of the cat jungle and various creatures would kill cats. So they're still kind of crazy, but it seems like they got it figured out. What's up, Cyberpup? Yeah, doing the Olympic diver thing. That was so funny. Talking cat videos. I don't know. Toxoplasmosis is a blessing. Large portions of motorcycle deaths have been found to have toxo. Is that just a correlation, right? You would imagine you would do an autopsy on like most people, and if they own a cat, they probably had toxoplasmosis, right? Or is it like kind of rare to end up with it? I figured if you had a cat, you just automatically probably had that shit crawling around in your brain. Does he just live with you? Who, my cat? If I drop Pradeep merch, there is some merch on there that has Pradeep, like a cat, black cat, in it with my character that you may enjoy. Definitely got Robin working on like 3 or 4 new merch stuff. What do you let that animal just live with you? Yeah, he goes back to his parents' house after that. Get him a girlfriend. I don't know. Sometimes I worry about, because I took care of another friend from work's cat for a while they're like brothers, and their brother was like between apartments or something, so they couldn't have a cat, so we took care of theirs. And he was cool, but they would fight, which was funny because it seemed like they did enjoy each other. They would cuddle and stuff, but then like the other cat would like piss on random stuff, and that just, I really don't want to risk the possibility of stuff getting pissed on, because then it's like you kind of have to like throw it out, and it's gross and it's disgusting. Sexual tension, yeah. Okay, sorry. Where the flick am I? Okay, bring it. Oh, yeah, okay. Seems like most of these stories are like the exact same length, which is kind of like, I don't know. I like it whenever there's like variations in length for paranormal stuff, because sometimes you get ones that have good pacing to it, you know what I mean? You have two boys and one old lady cat. I think they grew up together. They don't piss on stuff. That's kind of the only way. Oh, that's true, yeah. I always thought that. Like, if I get another cat or dog or whatever, definitely going to have to start them from babyhood so they just get used to everything or get used to the other creature. Cat spoiled. I guess I don't know. What would be the definition of spoiling a cat? Like buying them stuff? Just out of curiosity, my channel name be included in the title of the collaboration video. I understand. Yeah, it won't be in the title. In fact, even whenever it was like bigger channels, my YouTube person told me not to put like the title of or like the channel name in the title of a video because I don't know, it just like doesn't work for like gathering people's attentions, having like that big at, you know how you do like at whatever. So it's definitely be in the description to let people know that it's a collaboration. Didn't know that there's a pretty hoodie. Well, on the Spreadshirt, there's hoodies just in general, and then you can take the design of whatever design and put that on that specific item. So like, say you like the design, you can put it on a hat, you can put it on a hoodie, you can put it on, I don't know, maybe a thong or something if they even have it, but it just kind of allows you to mix and match. Geminis, what's up, dude? So it was a Friday night, and my cousin, along with her brother, was staying over at our house in Bathurst. Shit, I gotta see how he says. Bathurst. 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 The avocado video is AI. That'd be really funny. Bathurst. Okay, just Bathurst. It was a Friday night, and my cousin, along with her brother, was staying over at our house in Bathurst, New South Wales. My cousin was about 15 years old. We lived in a 2-story home, so my parents and her brother were downstairs in the den. My younger sister and I were in the living room while my older cousin was in a spare bedroom getting ready for bed. I was curled up on the couch watching TV when suddenly a loud scream pierced the air. I jumped up and ran to the spare room to see what had happened. My cousin was sitting upright, her face pale. She told me the bed had been shaking, and thinking she was joking, I told her to stop messing around and went back to the couch. 15 minutes later, another scream rang out, even louder than before, and I rushed back to the spare room, yelling, "What's wrong now?" And with wide eyes, she said the bed was shaking. Just as I was about to walk away, the bed started moving wildly in front of us. It shook back and forth as if someone or something was gripping it. My cousin burst into tears and jumped off the bed, and the shaking stopped instantly. I checked under the bed, convinced her brother was pranking us, but it was empty. Was it a poltergeist? And to this day, I don't know if we imagined it or if it was something real. Neither my cousin nor have I. Neither my cousin nor I have talked about it since. A week later, another strange thing happened. It was a quiet Wednesday evening, and I was alone in the house reading a book. My family had gone out for dinner, and I wanted some peace and quiet. I was deeply engrossed in a suspenseful chapter when I heard faint whispers coming from the hallway. I thought that it was just the house settling or the wind outside, but the whispers grew louder and seemed to move closer. My heart pounded as I put my book down and listened more carefully. It wasn't my imagination. There were real, murmuring voices in the hallway. Summoning all my courage, I walked toward the sound. The whispers stopped the moment that I stepped into the hallway. The hairs on my neck stood up, and a chill ran through me. Over the next few days, strange things happened more frequently. Lights flickered for no reason, doors creaked open by themselves, and some rooms had inexplicable cold spots. We tried to convince ourselves that it was faulty wiring or drafts, but it happened so often that it became hard to ignore. One night, while brushing my teeth, I saw a shadowy figure in the bathroom window. Oops. Yeah, it could be an earthquake. A girthquake. The movie scene from Ghost, yeah. One night, while brushing my teeth, I saw a shadowy figure in the bathroom mirror behind me. My blood ran cold, and I quickly turned around, but the room was empty. I splashed water on my face, hoping that I was just tired, but the image of that shadow haunted me. These events terrified us. My cousin and I were too frightened to sleep alone, so we started sharing a room, and our nights were filled with uneasy sleep and whispered questions like, "Did you hear that?" during the dark, quiet hours. We didn't tell our parents, afraid that they wouldn't believe us or would think that we were just causing trouble. And one night, the strange activities escalated to a peak. My family and I were in the living room trying to watch a movie, and halfway through, the lights flickered and the room became free. Seems like everybody has like a similar freezing experience. Got a cold. No, I just like when I'm like talking, I feel like I'm hearing like clicking in my fucking nose, and I can't tell if it's like I'm stuffed up or what the fuck it is. It always happens when I'm like dried out. Allergies. Yeah, I mean, just like talking nonstop too, I feel like dries me out, but I'm just like hyper aware of every little noise from my mouth and my nose and everything. Otherwise, if I was just chilling, I wouldn't even care. I'm not squeaking today. That's true, I haven't squeaked much. Halfway through, the lights flickered and the room became freezing. We huddled together, our breath visible in the cold air. Suddenly, the TV turned to static and whispers filled the room, and these voices grew louder, almost deafening, and objects became... Why can't I say this? The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, and objects began moving by themselves. Books flew off the shelves, picture frames shattered, and an old chuck clock. Fuck, dude. don't know why I just... Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. I fucked up, so... Gifter, thanks for reminding me. Thanks for schminding me. Halfway through, the lights flickered and the room became freezing. We huddled together, and our breath visible in the cold air. What the fuck? Hey, Cyber Poop. Welcome. Halfway through, the lights flickered and the room became freezing. We huddled together, our breath visible in the cold air. Suddenly, the TV turned to static and whispers filled the room. The whispers grew louder, almost deafening, and objects began moving by themselves. Books flew off the shelves, picture frames shattered, and an old clock chimed erratically. In a panic, we ran to the den for safety, and that eerie activity followed us as if something unseen wanted us gone. In the chaos, we decided that we couldn't stay any longer, and we packed our things and left the house that night, staying at a friend's place. And leaving was hard, but it was necessary for our peace of mind. Weeks later, when we returned to collect our belongings, the house felt different. The unsettling presence seemed to have vanished, leaving a very eerie silence, and we moved out soon after, leaving behind what had once been our home, but had turned into a place of unexplained terror. And that's our story. We don't really talk about it much, but to this day we have no idea what was really going on, and sometimes I think it's just better to let these things be. These stories don't sound too similar to each other, do they? Because they were submitted to me by Papa Scares, but it would suck if, like... Because some of them almost, like, sound... maybe a little too similar? I don't know. Because I can get other paranormal stories from, like Reddit and stuff that I've collected. Sharon L., thank you for the gift or two. Eno Rage. They do sound similar. Yeah, they feel like oddly, like the exact same length and the exact same sort of... I guess like paranormal, you can only really have so many variations of a paranormal experience but it just sounds like strangely consistent. Hey, Ree, welcome back for 25 months. Says, look at me, 2 years in. Hey, let's read stop with the booger sucking. Yeah, I'm sorry. It's probably gross. But thank you, Ree, for over 2 years. How you been? What's going on? They're different? Okay, well, that's good. You binge listened for a full 8 hours. It's crazy. What's WFH? What does that mean? Okay. Why does everything have to be an acronym? I don't know. I remember I was talking to my, buddy's daughter earlier, and I was like, do you guys just call it recess? And she's like, yeah. And I was like, because when we were younger, we had, some stupid acronym. I forget what it was, but it was it couldn't just fucking call it recess. You had to call it, PTSD or some shit. And it's like, dude, just call it fucking go outside and run around. Because, like, whenever you add all those acronyms to shit, it's just, like, the definition of, like, people and, like, being teachers, like, sniffing their own farts. Just pointless. Well, it's not PE, though. It's, like, PE is, like, you know, gym class. Physical education. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, who's sitting there, like, saying... Who, like... just like wakes up in a fever dream in the night and are like it's like the fucking principal's husband's like, what's the matter, sweetheart? What is it? We have to change gym class to the physical education. What? I had a nightmare that if we didn't do that we wouldn't feel important in the morning. But that means it's been gym class for like 200 years. That's what kids do. They go to gym class. I know, but what have I, the tumble bus. Hey, Rachael Stevens, welcome back for 28 months. Psst, you're amazing. Give me the amazing work. Give pretty forehead kisses for me. I shall. Thank you. Thank you for the 28 months. It changed from being sports to also learning about your physical health. Yeah, wait. Oh, isn't that health class? There's like health class, but then there's also PE, and then there's like sometimes like a crossover kind of bullshit you gotta do. Middle school called it PE. Your high school called it gym. Huh, that's interesting. I wonder why that is. Funny stories. That would actually be fun. Just like make up some stupid stuff. That actually would be fun for bonus content. Just like some funny stories. Oh my god. That would be brilliant, actually. Bring back the old stuff. Hey, bring back the old stuff. I like that. The new stuff is a cash grab. I was writing a friend. They wrote back and used emojis and acronyms and other crap that they were texting. It's funny. My friends and I had always been curious about the old abandoned mine at the edge of our town, hidden deep within the dense forests of Western Australia. You see, the legend said that it was haunted by spirits of miners who had met unfortunate ends, and despite warnings from our parents, we decided to sneak in and explore it one night. And the air was thick with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves as we trudged through the forest with only our flashlights to guide us. We reached the entrance of that mine. It was a gaping dark hole that seemed to swallow the light, and despite the chill running down my spine, we stepped inside. The mine was eerily silent except the sound of dripping water echoing off the walls as we ventured. Alright. That night I lay in bed. I could still hear the faint whispers. Yeah, this isn't to knock Papa Scares, but I feel like Papa Scares sent me stories that are like strangely like too similar to one another in their writing style and their like pacing. It almost feels like borderline like AI written, like with the verbiage, and I don't want to like accuse him of that, but it just doesn't really seem like shit that he translated or translated from Australian. Favorite Star Wars character? Probably Salacious Crumb. God, that would suck. Well, that's lame. I hope that's not the case. I mean, we can keep what we have so far, but cock and balls. Damn it, dude. That's lame as fuck. Well, how many words is this stupid one? I'll have to tell Robin we're switching back to just normal paranormal, not Australian. Copy. Let's see. Word count. Sorry, guys. This is supposed to not be as tedious as this. Can you say cock and balls in the chat? I think it gets blurred out when you say bad words. So that was 3,200 words from what we've read so far. We need to get to 8,000-ish to be like a typical length of a... Maybe it was a prank or he just wanted to make things easy and gave you a bunch of them. Oh, maybe. But it's like, how, I mean, if you, like, how hard is it to collect normal paranormal stories? I don't know. There's just something really off in the verbiage and, like, the usage of the word whisper and freezing and, you know what I mean? Like, that is a common thing amongst the tropes of paranormal stuff, but not that much. I'm not trying to be some, like, forensic story person or whatever, but it's just annoying as fuck. Oh yeah, didn't freeze. Sarah R with the 5. Love your hot tub time machine. New poll. Haven't had one in a while. Yeah, what would you guys like in the poll position? Hold on a second. Let me message Robin. Maybe we can change it. Fuck me. That's so annoying. Fuck. What's our normal ghost stories, like, thumbnail, isn't it? I guess I could go to the playlist and just see. Sorry, Daddy. Halloween, paranormal ghost. Okay. Oh, scary Bigfoot encounters. Dude, how'd that video do? 208K, that's not bad. Yeah, I'll just switch it. Ghost stories. Because I have a bunch of Reddit ghost stories and shit that you guys have submitted that I can use, but I just really don't want to, like, put out dog shit, you know what I mean? Fuck. Why would he do that? Because it just makes me look dumb. You know what I mean? How can you tell if the stories are real or not? I mean, when it comes to, like, paranormal stuff, it's hard to tell. But it is pretty easy to tell whenever, like, stuff is consistently the same length and the same fucking, like, verbiage and shit. It's just like, what the fuck? Terry, welcome back for 28 months. Says, I'm enjoying the Australian story so much that I'm gonna go make myself a Vegemite Sanga. Dude, Vegemite is so yucky. What do they actually put that on to make it even, like, remotely bearable? Samira, welcome back for 8 months. Woohoo, almost a year. That's crazy. 8 months. Time flies by, like, too fast. Okay. I gotta rack my brain. And I do have a source for where we can get, where I have a big list of paranormal stories to pull from. But it just might take me a second, so please bear with me. Man, that pisses me off. Okay, let's see. I was a police officer. I think I witnessed a curse. Hell yeah, dude. That's what I like to hear. Shit, sorry guys. Okay, I'm just gathering a few. So we got one about a police officer paranormal. We got, I'm so confused about what happened today. Hell yeah, same here. This one's the light in my basement keeps turning on when I'm... Oh, that's kind of cringe. Fuck. Well, yeah, these are big ones. I had to tell my husband he died. That's kind of crazy. Sorry. And then what my mother said in the weeks leading up to her death scared us all. Okay. Okay, freaking sweet. Spooky shit, spooky shit. Any other big... Okay. Let's try these and see how many words we get to in totality, which is not going to be a lot. So we'll grab some more after this, but at least get some shit reading. Man. China. Staircases in the woods. All right. Man, fucking hell. That's so weird. Anthony, welcome. No, not welcome, but thank you for the 10. Says, I got some sad things to say. Those who know me, heads up. I may be gone for a while. I've been having seizures for the past few months. I have to get admitted for testing. That's crazy. You know what's crazy, too, is like... I have a friend whose, like, dad was kind of passing out, like random bouts of just like lightheadedness and passing out, and then they think it was like a hypertensive episode where their blood pressure was like elevated, and then they later on had a seizure. And I was like looking it up, and like, I don't know, these were just a few ideas. I don't know if this is related to yours, but it was like hypertensive encephalopathy, like severe high blood pressure can cause swelling in the brain and lead to neurological symptoms like seizures. Even if brain scans are normal later, they could have been transient changes that resolve, leaving no permanent damage. Electrolyte imbalance, I thought that was kind of interesting. Hypertension, certain medications or underlying conditions can lead to imbalances in electrolytes such as sodium, calcium, or potassium, which can trigger seizures. Medication side effects of the person who prescribed medication to manage the hypertensive episode. Side effects of certain drugs, hypertensive, diuretics, could contribute to seizures. Post-stroke seizure, if the hypertensive episode caused a small stroke or brain bleed, even if it didn't show up clearly on initial imaging, it might have predisposed the person to seizures. True. Underlying conditions, there may be an underlying condition like a metabolic or autoimmune disorder that contributed to both the hypertensive episode and the seizure, which would not necessarily be detectable on brain imaging. Or this was just the final one, non-epileptic seizures. Physiological stressor conditions like pseudo-seizures, psychogenic non-epileptic seizures, can sometimes be triggered by major health events like hypertensive crises. So, yeah, we do wish you well, but maybe some of those things might help narrow down the cause. I don't know if it sounded like it was kind of uncertain. Rachel Stevens, welcome, or thank you for the 5, says, have you done any near-death experience stories? Also, what happened to Jacob? Haven't seen or heard about him. Yeah, Jacob always comments after the video gets posted as like a VOD, you know, like a replay or whatever on the channel, the live stream. So he's here. He's chilling. Yeah, we miss Jacob. Jacob, come back. Jacob, come back. Any kind of advocacy, we need you. We need our leader. We need the king. How much longer is the live? It might be a decent period of time. You know, just since we're here, I'm gonna look at how many words we get. Just from these 4 stories that we like picked. I'm so sad that those other stories were kind of like, I don't know. It's not going to be bad overall for like content, but I can't start with them, and I can't do, sadly, the kind of like hyper specific like Australian paranormal story video that I wanted to do. Okay, so that's only 5,600 words, so we might need a few more after this. Do I like Transformers? Not really. I don't remember ever. I guess I watched some of the movies back with Shia LaBeouf or whatever. Anthony, thank you for another 20. Says, holy hell, me and just the Duke systems or bombs. Jacob, come back. The Duke systems or bomb. What's the Duke systems? How do I mention someone? If you do Shift 2, it will do like an @ sign, and you can type their name and click it, and then space. And would you ever switch content to like scary things caught on Ring? Yeah, I've thought about doing like, I don't know, just sort of a creepy videos type video. I've done it in the past and it's done decent, so I'm sure my audience wouldn't mind too much. Do I like Lord of the Rings? Yeah, Lord of the Rings is awesome. Not a fan of the stupid Amazon show, just because apparently they fucked that up. Like, a lot of people are saying that they, aren't following the canon of the Silmarillion, but apparently they only got the rights or something for like The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings, but they didn't get the rights or something in time for the Silmarillion or whatever it is, like all the other stuff that sort of fills in on like the history of Middle Earth and stuff. So they literally have to make it up on their own, which, Jesus Christ, like, how do you fuck that up? How do you spend like billions of dollars to like get the, or however much, to get the fucking rights to the shit from the Tolkien estate and then forget that part? It's just like, I don't know. There's just so much ineptitude anymore in like Hollywood that like you can't even really blame, people blame like woke writing and stuff like that, but to me it's like woke writing just doesn't only indicate that you have like political biases, but it also indicates that you're not an intelligent person either, because people who seem to work in that realm tend to make some of the most like idiotic mistakes, and it's just like, Jesus Christ, dude, how embarrassing. The Nick Cotto stuff. I just saw he lost weight. I don't know anything else about Nicholas Cotto. Sorry, now I just gotta put this story through Chat BBC to fix it. This content might violate our usage policy. Watched Lord of the Rings so many times, I have to now wait years when I get dementia to watch it again. Yeah, honestly, if like the Fellowship of the Ring is on a TV whenever I'm on my deathbed, I think that'll be fine with me. The Nikocado stuff is insane. What is it? It's just the food, right? The not eating of the food and being big. What else is there to really pull from that other than the fact that he's just a skinny guy now? I used to be a police officer in a city in Virginia. There is one upscale neighborhood in our city with very nice homes, and when I was a new officer, I was often told stories about a doctor who used to live in one of those homes. The story goes that the doctor attempted to perform some type of operation on himself. He numbed his stomach area to make an incision, but since he couldn't feel it, he accidentally cut too deep and wide, ultimately disemboweling himself. When officers and paramedics arrived, they found him barely alive, holding his own intestines, and he eventually died. Now fast forward to when I was assigned to a call about a young woman who found his whole thing was the social experiment. He gained weight to see what people did in reaction. I mean, that sounds made up. Like, it just sounds like he was already like fat and was like, I'd like to lose weight. Let me sit here and say that it's part of a character. Like, shut the fuck up. Not you, but him. Like, that's clearly like a lie. Like, he just got fat. Like, sometimes people just, like, get depressed and they like food and it, it kind of becomes part of their identity. For him, it made him money, and you just get fat. And I'm glad that he got unfatted, but I don't think every time he shoveled fucking noodles into his face, it didn't not bring him a degree of dopaminergic pleasure. Thank you for the gifter to Sean Williams. Appreciate ya, and welcome, Sean. Oh yeah, I made a mistake on this story too. Shite. Frickin' shite, mate. One gifter going out. Pretty much Nick Ocado had been on a weight loss journey, and he pre-recorded 2 years of mukbangs to give us under the impression they still do it. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Whatever. I'm happy that he lost weight, though. I mean, that's cool. That's a good thing. It's good on his heart, good on his body. He's probably more confident now. He looks better, looks happier. I'm sure it helps his mental health and all that kind of shit, and yada, yada, yada. And welcome, Christy O'Brien. You have been gifted by me. Fast forward to when I was assigned to a call about a young woman found dead by her older sister. When I arrived on the scene, it was in the aforementioned nice neighborhood. As soon as I exited my vehicle, I had an uneasy feeling about the house. While it looked nice on the outside, there was just a bad energy surrounding it. As I approached the front porch, I noticed countless empty energy can drinks. While it looked nice on the outside, there was just a bad energy surrounding it. As I approached the front porch, I noticed countless empty energy drink cans and a Ouija board on the front patio table. Everything about this house just felt... Is it Ouija or Ouija? God damn it. I don't know how I forget this. It's Ouija, right? A Luigi board? Ouija, yeah. Oh, but the people in the UK say Ouija. That's funny. In Australia, they say Ouija. Ouija. Hi, guys. My name's Ouija. He was 400 pounds. That's crazy. 400 pounds. How did he get up to 400 pounds, bro? But he has been talking about his plans for gaining weight and losing weight as a social experiment on purpose since the very... But I don't understand what the social experiment was. Like, to see how many people called him fat? Like, what, did he not expect people to call him a big tub of shit for being 400 pounds? Like, that's sort of anticipated by most of the population. I was testing you guys. One, to see whether you were fat phobic or not. Well, prepare to be cancelled on Twitter for disagreeing with my plus-size panties. And I was also testing on whether or not I fucking love blue noodles. Shut up. This is dumb. Okay, where even am I? Who am I? Ouija board. As I approached the front porch, I noticed countless empty energy drink cans and a Ouija board on the front patio table. Everything about this house just felt wrong. And once inside, the family was obviously very distraught. I was told the deceased, whom we'll call Emily, was in the basement, and by that time another officer had arrived, so he stayed upstairs with the family while I went down to the basement. The basement was unfinished and fairly dark, with only 2 pull-string light bulbs, one on each side, The scene in the basement was similar to the front porch. Energy drink cans were scattered everywhere, and there was another Ouija board on a small coffee table. Emily, who was 19, if I remember correctly, was hanging by her neck from a basement rafter. She had used an exercise band, and her body was swinging slightly. Her face was blue, bloated, and contorted into a horrible expression. Another officer helped me take her down. Emily's family consisted of her mother, father, and older sister. Her parents said that they had been trying to help her because all she ever did was stay up all night drinking energy drinks and playing with the Ouija board. Her sister provided more detail. She said that she and Emily were very close and told each other everything, and according to her, Emily had become obsessed with the Ouija board, staying up all night to talk to what she believed was her boyfriend, who was dead. Emily had been telling her sister that her boyfriend was begging her to join him in the afterlife, which is why her sister believed she did what she did. Now let me reiterate. This house felt wrong. There was an overwhelming sense of unease and sickness in the basement, and it wasn't because of the body. This wasn't my first death scene. This call really messed with me for a while. We never got much more explanation, and as cops, you just have to move on to the next call. Now 2 weeks later to the day, I responded to a call about a car accident with ejection, and I head to the scene with lights and sirens and arrived to find a convertible BMW that had clearly experienced a horrific crash and rollover. It was sitting on its wheels, and in the driver's seat was a woman with a broken neck, her head twisted almost completely around. About 25 feet away from the car was a man who had been ejected. Since it was a convertible, he must have been thrown from the top. The top half of his head was missing and pieces of his brain matter were scattered everywhere. As I walked 75 yards away from the accident to close off the scene with yellow tape, I found yet another large chunk of his brain. Now, I'm not trying to be intentionally graphic or gross, but I want to paint a clear picture of just how violent this car accident was. When I obtained the man's ID and radioed in, See? Do you notice how, like, this story is, like, immediately, like, at least different in, like, its presentation and whatever? That's so strange. When I obtained the man's ID and radioed it into the dispatch, another officer and I realized the same thing at the same time. These two people were Emily's parents, who had died in a terrible accident exactly 2 weeks after her death. Breaking the news to the older sister was heartbreaking. I kept in touch with her for a while. She had inherited her parents' estate and life insurance money, and she ended up selling everything and buying a new house to try and start over and build her life. However, the story doesn't end there. You see, about a month later, another officer was called to the scene after a pedestrian was struck by a car while jogging in her neighborhood. And yes, you guessed it. It was the sister. She survived several weeks in a coma, but ultimately did not make it. If you're wondering why the story about the doctor is relevant, it's because the house where Emily killed her... Christy O'Brien, thank you for the gifter. 2 Disenchanted Tear. Thank you. Welcome, Tear.
Mischievous dog.
My rent is going up by $100 at the start of next month. I'm so scared to try and get a new job because I can't afford to lose my pay rate. Wait, my rent is going up by $100 at the start of the month. I'm so scared to try and get a new job because I can't afford to lose my pay rate. Oh, okay. Wait. So, like, the $100 in your current occupation is going to put you at a position where you can't afford it? Or were you like planning on getting a new job in general, and now you're like, crap, I don't know if I can do that? If you're wondering why the story about the doctor is relevant, it's because the house where Emily took her own life was the same house that doctor had lived in. I don't know what to think, but to me it seems like either the house is cursed or Emily opened up something very dark. Now, that was a few years ago, and I'm currently no longer a police officer, a different story for a different time, and I've since moved a couple of states away. Now, twice now I've found different Ouija board planchettes on the sidewalk while checking my mail. I never touch them. I usually... Oh. See, that's kind of cringe. What the fuck is that ending? I hate when people try to like end a story with something that's like blatantly kind of like excessive. Because you're like, come on, dude. We were following you the whole time, and now you gotta like end it with some fucking dun 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 type shit. Like, that's not how life works. It doesn't have dun 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 moments. There was That was a few years ago, and I'm no longer a police officer, as that's a story for a different time, and I've since moved a couple of states away. All I know is that I'm just glad to be as far away from that cursed situation as possible. The ending is the demon followed him 2 states over. Yeah, but like... twice you see a Ouija board planchette. Like, that's not very... Like, that basically is just trying to be like, ooh, creepy, you know, like type ending where that makes it almost like much more fake. It's already hard enough to get people to like not bitch about a story being fake in general, to like just go to that, you know, just whatever. Like, the most believable ones are like kind of more normal, I guess. Sorry. Anthony with the 5 says, I'm back. She's just being weird. This is the only way I can message. Wait, who's that? Who's being weird? I was at a family friend's wedding today, which took place in the middle of a forest. It was a beautiful setting, but after a while, I needed a break from the crowd, so I walked toward a small stream nearby. And that's when I saw someone. Now, a little background. Last year, one of my closest friends passed away in a car crash. We were both into paranormal stuff, and they promised that they'd come to find me after they died. Since their passing, I haven't noticed anything unusual, aside from occasionally seeing shadow figures, until today. That's it. Since their passing, I haven't noticed anything unusual, aside from occasionally seeing a shadow figure, until today. The person standing by the stream had a birthmark on their face, and my friend had the exact same birthmark. They were wearing a limited edition... Damn it, dude. Fucking getting that to flow in your mouth is fucking rough. They were wearing a limited edition shirt from a band that we both loved, the same shirt my friend wore the day they crashed. Even their hair color was identical to my friend's. I stared at this person for a while and they smiled back, saying, "Hello," and they said my name. And I blinked, and they were gone. I'm still terrified and confused about what happened, and I just need some reassurance that I'm not losing my mind after all of this. And I'm still just so confused and even terrified at what happened. It does give me a sense of peace, but I just need some reassurance that I'm not losing my mind. Okay. Next story. That one was kind of quick. SPJ with the 5 says, "I'm alive, 34, and my hearing aids are upstairs. How do I get this woman out of my house?" Who is it? Someone broke in? Alright, sorry. Fix this grammar. Did I already do this? I'm so lost, man. Okay. In October 2017, I lost my husband while I was 7 weeks pregnant. And the day he died, I left for work in a hurry. We exchanged some texts after he woke up, discussing a phone interview that he had later that day and the pain that he was experiencing in his leg. We had a quick phone call a couple of hours later where he mentioned that he was running to the pharmacy for pain meds. About an hour after that, I tried calling him several times to make sure that he got home safely, but there was no answer, which was very unlike him. I kept calling him for hours until, finally, a woman answered his phone, and she told me that she was with the sheriff's department and asked me to come home. At the time, I worked in a prison, and fearing that he might have gotten into some sort of trouble, I left my post, got to my car, and sped through the 30-minute drive back to town. As I turned into our parking garage, I saw a large white van that read, "Coroner." When I approached our home, I was greeted by the same woman who had spoken to me on the phone, blocking my view into the house. She informed me that my husband had suffered a heart attack, later confirmed as a pulmonary embolism, which explained the leg pain that he had mentioned earlier that morning. Apparently, my husband made it home, locked the security door, and then collapsed. He screamed for help. Our neighbor and her son had heard him and rushed over, but they couldn't get inside because all the doors and windows were locked. The son later apologized for not breaking a window, saying that in his shock and panic he lost all sense of reason. They spoke to my husband through the door while they called 911, but he stopped responding just moments before help arrived, and he was pronounced dead on arrival. A week after... Am I really in a hot tub? Yeah, I'm fucking soaked, bro. It's fucking boiling my skin off. And those aren't hot tub bubbles coming from my butthole. Anthony with the 5 says, no, if someone broke in, different story. For some reason, YouTube will not let me message normal messages, only pod. Huh. I don't think there's any issue. Let me look. No. Seems like everything's fine. I wonder why normal messages won't go through. I appreciate the support, though. A week or so after his service, his best friend's wife offered me a cleansing and a card reading by her mother. And although I was skeptical, I was desperate for any kind of communication with him or closure. And during the reading, she mentioned many interesting things, but what stood out the most was that my husband was in a stage after death where the soul relives its entire life, similar to when people say that their life flashes before their eyes. She explained that this is a place every soul visits after death, as a way to reflect on the life they lived. She also said his death was so sudden that he hadn't yet realized that he had died, and that I would need to help him cross over. She felt strongly that I was the one who could help him and instructed me to light white candles and place a jar of water to guide him to peace. Now, a few months later, I moved into my parents' house. One day, while lying on the couch, I suddenly felt a heavy sensation, almost as if I had been administered anesthesia. It felt like sleep paralysis. When I could finally open my eyes, I was still on the couch in my parents' living room, but my husband was sitting on a chair right in front of me, as clear and as real as he had been before he died. Before I could even speak, he started talking. He told me that he was nervous about his upcoming phone interview, the one that he had the day he passed. He said he was excited and hopeful about getting the job and asked for help preparing. I looked him in the eyes with tears. I looked at him with tears in my eyes, feeling the weight of what I had to say. I told him, "Baby, I'm so sorry. Do you remember the pain in your leg? You had blood clots. One of them made its way to your heart. You aren't going to make it to the interview, baby. You died." I'll never forget the look on his face. First confusion, then the slow realization of what I had just told him. I apologized again, told him I loved him and begged him to respond, but he just sat there with that strange expression. And suddenly, I woke up. The chair from my parents' kitchen table was now sitting directly in front of me, empty. I never dreamed of him again after that, and I pray it's because I gave him the closure that he needed to cross over. We now have a 5-year-old son who often dreams very specific dreams about his father. He talks about things that he couldn't possibly know unless it came directly from him. Losing my husband was my first real experience with death, but it brought me peace to have my own confirmation that there is something more after this life. It's just one big Walmart. Actually, they made that joke in Final Fantasy. I was listening to NPCs talk, and we're in the slums of Final Fantasy VII, and I was just listening. They said something. The one guy was like, you know what's a great place to go to just like let your mind forget about your woes and your troubles? And the guy's like, where? And he's like, Walmart. It's just so random because like it all takes place in the Final Fantasy like universe and stuff, and presumably they do all this world building. It's, you know, like you would think that, I don't know, maybe they just like snuck that in there. Do I watch streamers? You know, I'm aware of like different streamers and that kind of thing, but whenever I would watch streamers, it would be the games that I play. So I would watch like Overwatch streamers when I played Overwatch, but thank Christ I quit that game. And now I play Hearthstone Battlegrounds, and so I'll watch some of those streamers, which is a way more like chill experience overall, and the streamers that do it are obviously much more chill as well. Maybe not as exciting, I suppose. Not that Overwatch streamers were that exciting anyways, but it's definitely a much more relaxed sort of thing. But I'm pretty aware of like most other streamers. The concept of like watching streamers just doesn't really tickle my interest that much, you know what I mean? They never really say much. I feel like that's cool. And even whenever their stream is like super like even all of them, like the Overwatch streamers, all of them, like anytime their stream is like dead and there's really nobody to talk to in it, or it's just like nobody's saying anything, I'll say stuff and they just like ignore it, and it's like, okay dude, that's rude. Joel's aware of VTubers. The only VTuber I know is the voice actor from Dying Light 2. What the hell's his name? How did I forget his name already? I know him. I know his name. He's a nice guy. But he switched over to doing VTubing. I forget, goddammit. Used to watch Jay from the Cub Scouts play horror games. He cracks me up. That's cool. It is interesting. It's an interesting experience, sort of like parasocially connecting with like another person in a weird way, even though they will never know you truly, you know. Yeah, maybe I got chat muted everywhere I go. You feel like all streamers feel that way towards other streamers. Wait, what did I say that I feel like? Oh, that they're not interesting. Yeah, maybe we're all just like narcissistic assholes who only like ourselves. And we saw other people doing it, so we're like, yeah, fuck that, I'm gonna do that. As far as streamers I watch, it's only like you and Iron Mouse, a VTuber, that's why I asked. Okay, what's Iron Mouse, what do they do? You just learned about streaming a few weeks ago. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it's pretty much just like YouTube people, but fucking non-stop, and I guess you get more of like an unfiltered experience with it, whereas like a YouTube video they can like edit stuff. Do you guys remember that one video, that girl, her whole shtick was like she did videos with her Doberman Pinscher, and then she fucking uploaded a video of her like hitting her Doberman Pinscher or something whenever it wasn't listening and being like really mean to it. And I was like, Jesus Christ, how did you let that slip by? And I don't know. It was just sad to see. Like you would think that the dog would be like your best friend if that's all you fucking do, but she plays games, sings amazingly, reacts, that kind of thing, but she's a special person with a very moving backstory. Oh, that's cool. Singing is awesome. Like when people are good at singing, especially in real life, it's like I'm mesmerized by like a siren. Like, wow, how do they do that? It's magic. Funny enough, Iron Mouse knows Corpse. That's cool. Yeah, Corpse knows a lot of people, it seems. He seemed to be much more like interested in that realm of streaming, you know, to the point of like really enjoying the content creators, and then like, you know, becoming friends with them or what have you. You doing Trespass? Wait, do you do Urbex stuff, Mariba? Okay. So wait, this one, my mother said weeks later. Oh, yeah. Okay. What are you, a cop? Yeah, I'm gonna find you. We're gonna finally bring you in. Trespassing on my disgusting, dilapidated, tetanus-filled mansion. Ever watched Dragon Ball Z? Yes, love Dragon Ball Z. I was talking about that earlier because my buddy's daughter was asking me, what shows do you like to watch, or what's your favorite show? And I was like, And then at one point I said Dragon Ball Z, and I was like, have you seen it? She's like, no, I've never watched it. And I was like, oh my god, you would fucking love that shit. A few years ago, my mother passed away after a long battle with cancer. In her final weeks, she was bedridden at home, and at one point on some heavy pain medication. The whole family took turns helping and spending time with her, and what she told us towards the end gave us all a shock. She kept reacting as though something had scared her, and she would jump and say, "Oh God," or she'd swear as if something startled her. At first she didn't say anything, but then, after a week or two, she blurted out something one day that gave us all the creeps. She started twerking. Ree with the big 30. Thank you. I got nuttin'. She's nuttin' everywhere. Thank you so much, Ree. I get the old cobwebs off my asshole, finally. Get it moving, get the blood flowing. Just hear the bones creaking. It's the skeleton twerking. Okay. The story was sus that she felt a bad energy, and then there was a bunch of empty energy drink cans and the Ouija board. Yes. Ohio Riz Sigma style. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. At first, she didn't say anything, but then, after a week or two, she blurted out something one day that gave us all the creeps. I wish he'd stop scaring me. Tell him to go away. She was irritated by something, or more precisely, someone. Confused, we asked what the problem was, and she told us. Apparently, during her final weeks, she kept seeing her deceased partner walking around the house. He'd walk down the hallway, past her bedroom door, or sometimes sit in her room. And every time it happened, it would make her jump with fright, as she obviously wasn't expecting to see him there. She seemed more annoyed than scared, and she saw him several times a day just going about his business as if he had never left. Usually her reaction was, "Oh, for God's sake, go away." Not because she didn't want to see him, but because he kept startling her. And our first thought was that it was related to the pain medication that she was on, but the nurse assured us that it wouldn't cause hallucinations or visions. I know it scared the life out of us, and she entered a hospice a few weeks later and the vision stopped. Weird, right? We still don't talk about it. That's just how unsettled we all really were. What story are we on? Man, what story were we on? I don't even know, bro. I know we got a few more to go because Ohio Riz Skibbity Boner. Also, someone gets a gift. Yippee! It's like throwing a wad of money into the air. Here you go! You know, it'd be really funny to take like counterfeit money and have like a leaf blower at the top of the Empire State Building and just start spraying it all over, Times Square or some shit. Just to see how freaking truly crazy everybody is. See, that's what Nikocado should have did for a social experiment. Thrown a bunch of fake money over the streets of New York to watch the rats scatter for their cheese. See, money, thank you for the gift or two, Jennifer Weinheimer. Ghost stories your least favorite, but still so enjoyable when Joel reads them. Oh, thank you. It was very Joker coded, yeah. You know what's so funny? He looks so much like another comedian named Dan Henschel. Do you guys ever see Dan Henschel's videos? He's like he's actually like a master troll who's very funny. That's not to say that Nicocado's not funny too, but the Dan Henschel guy is so fucking funny. And it's kind of funny, like, there was a few times where, like, I had retweeted his stuff or did something, and then shortly after it, he had done sort of true crime-related jokes pertaining to his, like, ongoing troll. And I've always been curious if maybe he, like, saw that and was like, ah, true crime, good idea. But he had some videos where he's like, I'm the Joker. Like, he keeps doing, he's the Joker, but he's doing it, like, in an Irish accent, and I don't know why it's so, like, a really shitty one. And it's so funny. I'm the Joker! I'm the Joker! Nikocado and him are just a couple of jokers. We don't want Nikocado here, can stay wherever the fuck he's at, sorry. I'm the Joker! Am I fat phobic? I had a stand-up comedy joke for this. It was like, hey, you know, it was like sort of a Norm Macdonald one. It was like, hey, you know, it's really fat phobic. Heart attacks. Ba-doom-ch. They're the jokers, baby. The kid that said the OnlyFans girls to name 10 books said that he cares about homeless people. That's why he went out and gave fake $100 bills to them so they can go to prison and have food in a place. That's kind of funny, yeah. Purple Kitten, thank you for the 10. It says, good morning from Ireland. Thank you for helping me and fall asleep every single night for the past 2 years. You're welcome. Top of the morning to you. How you doing? Thank you for the 10. Nikocado will get big again. We can't be praying for people's downfall, guys. Come on. But if he decides to enjoy noodles once again, I don't blame him. Food is fucking delicious. Okay. And so, word count was officially at 5,600. So now we gotta pick a few other stories here. Where the fuck am I? Okay. So, Pradeep's starting to squeak and screak. He's making noises. I wish I had some really good ones to bop off with here. Maybe they'll be, I guess they might be some sleeper cell stories. The light in my basement keeps turning on. See, that doesn't, I mean, it's got good upvotes, but it doesn't sound scary. Like, it pretty much tells you the scary story right out the gate. Pin. Excuse me. I died in a dream. Oh my god. And went to an afterlife for a month. Sounds like he was on drugs. Damn it, dude. Where's the good stuff? I was not the only patient who ran away from her. Huh? What the fuck? I was confined to a hospital in Manila. Hey! Philip, the Philippines. Let's go, dude. Philippines mentioned. Okay, lady in me basement. Yeah, I mean, I guess I just gotta pick stuff and go. Don't bother thinking about it, just do it. Okay. Lady by the side of the road with no face. That's kind of creepy. Oh, here's a good one. I used to pray to Satan as a kid. Dun dun dun. Deleted by Satan himself. Satan's like, don't try and cancel me. I have seen my girlfriend sleep paralyzed demon. Sorry guys, just gotta... All the doors swung open at 3 a.m. the night 2 loved ones committed... Oh. Yikes. Damn, dude. I'm kind of regretful that I included those stories from earlier just because... I mean, they weren't terrible, but they... Yeah. We're insulted you don't have any good ones to bop off with. Well, I never. Humph. You're texting this like from inside of a homeless colony, deep under the recesses of New York. You can hear the subway trains above you. Be careful what you wish for when at the cemetery. Sorry, that was the name of the story here. Okay, yeah, let's try these ones, and then we'll do a word count after we read them. Sorry for my procrastination, but I'm still writing my stories. One is being caught in a bank robbery because of just being dumb. They're coming, I pinky swear. That sounds pretty good, though, bank robbery stories. I moved into a rental house last year with my wife, built in the 40s, I think. It's an okay rental, but I'd never buy this place. It's a modge podge of half-assed DIYs, including a house extension. The church across the road owns it, and 2 of the people there have managed it for a while, and I don't know... The church across the road owns it, and the 2 of the people there have managed it for a while, and I don't know much of the history of it otherwise. Even since the first time I toured it, the basement has creeped me out. There's this weird yellow half-finished bathroom downstairs in the laundry room that is at least a few decades old. A telephone down there and the rest is unfinished. There's a creepy chair in the corner that I swear moved a few months ago and a desk that I swear another chair used to be stacked on top of, but regardless, that's not why I'm making this post. Since we moved in, every once in a while a light is randomly on down there. Sometimes it's one of the draw cord lights, and I assume I forgot and left it on, although I'm pretty good about that kind of thing, and I doubt it. And for the past few months, more often the main light switch at the top of the stairs, and there's no way that I'd forget that. Lately, with us moving... A wife built in the 40s, that's funny. Moved in a rental house with my wife, built in the 40s. I'm fairly certain my wife was born in the 40s. She was constructed with the bomb. Hello, kitty. What did you like from me? I feel so bad for Pradeep, man. I just wish she had, wish he had something to kill. Something to go hunt. Don't we all? Lately, with us moving out in less than a week, it's been turning on every couple of days, which is more often than usual. I often notice it when I'm outside looking in, which is even creepier. It's worth noting that the switch will physically be up too. It's worth noting that the switch will physically be up too when it wasn't before. But today, when it happened again, I had a creepy realization. It happens when we're sleeping. I know this because every night I go to my office down the hall from my bedroom and play games or do work in the dark. When I go into the hallway, it's always pitch black and I have to turn on my phone flashlight. There are decent-sized gaps under the doors, and I noticed if the lights were on. The night before yesterday, I caught it again, so yesterday when we did the laundry, I made a mental note that I turned it off in the late afternoon, so it turned on after I went to bed, but before we went down there again. I also just generally get a bad vibe when I'm down there, and when the door is open. Mother frick. Oh, whoa, 530 people are here. That is above the average. Guys, give yourself a round of applause. Oh, wait, I gotta gift a membership. I absolutely have to. YouTube says if I don't, they'll shut me down. It's kind of funny, like, back whenever anything bad happened on YouTube, it's like people would always blame Susan Wojcicki, God rest her soul, but it's like ever since she like retired, years and years ago, and they got a new owner or new CEO or whatever, it's like nobody ever references him for like the cause of all of their troubles. Maybe they just don't know his name, and he stays out of the limelight. Where does it type in that? You said it? Wait, what were you going to type? I also just generally get a bad vibe when I'm down there and when the door is open. A few weeks ago, I left the door open a little because my cat wandered down there while I did laundry, and I was waiting for him to come up. And I swear when I was in my office, I heard the door moving back and forth slightly and creaking, which it normally doesn't do. Nothing else weird has happened in the house on that living floor, but it generally can be very creepy. The hallway where the door to the basement is, in general, is the absolute creepiest spot. But I really want to know, what are your thoughts? Hey, Cass, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Which, yeah, if anybody has gotten gifted a membership or became a member tonight, there is a bonus content playlist that you can access in the playlist area. And there's a bunch of content you can binge on there. Oh, man. The Quasar cops, they jump between black holes, Peter. They pop up out of nowhere. Tell me more about these ethereal beasts. Okay, when we finish a story, we're gonna highlight it, copy it, and put it into the word count to see where we're at. So that was 5,600 words, now we're at 6,093. We're trying to get to 8,000. Just finished edging, now I can listen to Let's Read. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. You've been edging for 16 hours straight. You were in a coma. Can I go use the bathroom real quick? And I also might take my magnesium just cause. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll be back. Get ready to taste my venom, 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 my venom, venom. Tremboloni sandwich, who's eating that? Poll question, should Joel notify us of impending live streams via the community page, yay or nay? Well, I guess that's not so much a community question as it is, does it work? You know what I mean? Because there might be a lot of people get notified via that will be like Jesus, you know, because I've had people like post on the community stuff and they're like, if you post this again, I'll fucking kill you. I hate when people say like, I'll unsubscribe like it's a threat. It's like, okay, you subscribe because you like the content. You unsubscribing because of some arbitrary reason unrelated to the content doesn't make any sense, because clearly you were going to unsubscribe anyways, regardless of whether or not I fucking slightly annoyed you with another notification. It's just, people are so fucking dumb sometimes. Is this guy live? What's up, Sparky? How we doing? Alright, I'm going to put this through the Grammar Fixer. The Grammar Crusher 3000. It's so funny, like Pradeep looks at me like he's scared for some reason. But I feel like he just wants me to do something, so he'll run away from me in like a playful way. People think it's an airport and need to announce their departure. Yeah, right. Shit. Where's the community page? If you go to like any YouTube channel, like their normal... Gotta sneeze. If you go to like their normal main page, you'll see like a home tab, and there's videos, shorts, lives. That's where you find all the old live streams if you want to check those out, but also a playlist. Podcasts, but that's kind of what my whole channel is designated as a podcast. And there's playlists, and then community. Now community is just, I mean, what was my last thing? What topics do you want to hear next? And blah, blah. But membership. Oh yeah, that's kind of a good place to keep everything. Bless you, thank you. Blessings upon you. I thought Pradeep was a female. I swear you said she earlier, called him her. I misgendered Pradeep. He's gonna take his talons and cut my fucking throat. Alright, next story. Airplane or aeroplane? What is an aeroplane? That sounds like sort of like a post-World War II contraption. More camping stories. I think I just... Oh, they were hiking. I did hiking stories recently. And we actually have fall camping stories coming up soon, so you're just in time. I was confined to a hospital in Manila for severe pneumonia back in 2021 during the pandemic lockdown when masks were mandatory. I was about to be assigned a room when I saw a toddler in a red polka dot dress galloping around the emergency room and then leaving through the glass entrance. She wasn't wearing a mask, so I asked security if children were allowed, and the guard replied in Filipino, "No children allowed." And I was confused. Wasn't he seeing this rowdy kid? After I was confined to the 5th floor, I fell asleep and had a really weird dream. I went down and saw the young girl outside the emergency room, only this time she was weeping in anger and holding a hammer. And when she looked up, she screamed, "Pa, why did you leave me?" Afraid of being hit with the hammer, I ran up the dim stairwell back to the 5th floor. All I remember was that I was slowly losing my breath, and when I looked back, I saw her chasing after me, only now she was floating up the staircase. It felt like I ascended over 20 floors. Venom, 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 venom. Anything else cool happening on the internet? Not, or maybe not even just the internet. Anything cool happening in your guys' personal lives that we could interfere with and gossip about and give our unprofessional opinions on? Pretty, what do you want, buddy? It's like sprinting around. Maybe he has to take a shit. I love to talk about personal life, but impossible to know where to start. You don't have to. I don't know. I like to get sidetracked. I like when you guys ask me questions about just life. Because it makes me feel like ChatGPT, but wrong, but completely wrong. They'll tell me this week if I'm permanent at your coding job. That's cool. What does that entail? Is writing code like fun, or what's your favorite day of the week? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, what's after that? Thursday. Friday's there. Friday's pretty cool. Saturday's cool. Yeah, probably like a tie between Friday and Saturday. Something about Friday is a little bit more exciting in the fact that it's like, even though we still got school tomorrow, it's cool that you like pretty much got the whole weekend ahead of you. Have you watched Letterkenny? I don't think so. I might have seen clips. What do you recommend someone to do if they're a 30-year-old woman who struggles with making friends? Shit. You gotta join something. You could join CrossFit. You could join some sort of club. Maybe like a book club or church, or maybe a fucking rock climbing group or a walking club. I don't even know. There's gotta be apps that like let you find like friends, that let you do something. Because I will be honest, like sometimes those groups don't necessarily always allow for room for a conversation, or, where you get to be buds. But maybe there's an app that like, because imagine like just going on walks with people and you just get to talk about shit. But it would be tough to like kind of express yourself at like friend to friend level. When you do activities, you want to do them alone. Well, what about all activities? There's got to be some activities you like to do that it would be nice, like walking for sure. Having somebody next to you would make it better. Yeah, a league. The League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. Or ladies. The League of Extraordinary folks and fellas. Go to a concert. Yeah, I guess the concert could enable you. But it's almost like sometimes I think it's easier for people in a social context to communicate with someone. Because say you're next to an attractive person on the train. There's not always like a very clear and obvious context in which to like communicate with that person or even open up dialogue. But if for some reason you're next to an attractive person, you both happen to be in the same knitting club, then the doors are open. Yeah, it's just tough. And it sucks. Like, getting older just seems so gay. Like, it's just so stupid. Like, what do you even do? You're supposed to like get pregnant. I'm pregnant now. I'm gonna shit that out later. And I don't know. Like everybody gets divorced. Yay. Fucking divorced. I don't know. It just... That's why people get into relationships, because then they get to be that person that they're like with. Then that's the person they're with for ever, you know, and then you can just kind of like always have the social context of that's the person you're socially with or whatever. But there's so many it sucks, dude. There's so many cool like bros, you know what I mean, that you meet, and then you think you're friends with them, and you think it's the social interaction is going to transpire the same way that it did when you were meeting homies and bros and friends back when you were younger. And then you say goodbye to each other at the end of it, and it's just like you might as well not have ever have met because it was fucking pointless or something. Or like, I don't know. I had one friend at the gym who like we had seen each other like fucking a solid like 6-7 times, which like in guy interaction, that's like pretty much going to like Iraq together, you know? And but then and it's not like we hung out or anything, but then like we had each other's number. Whenever I text him, just see like, hey man, what's up? I haven't seen you at the gym in a while. How you been? And you just get a very like cold response, you know what I mean? And then you get hit with that realization. You're like, well, I guess it's not like we're gonna have a fucking sleepover or anything like that. Like that would be kind of strange, especially if we have our respective families to attend to and whatnot. Dang. Yeah, right. Yeah, you can't even like dream of like being friends with an adult, like a middle-aged man. You can't even like dream about like having a homie that you meet in your adult age, or you're just, yeah, you're batting for the opposing team. Which there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that at all. No, it's just, I don't know. I just wanna have fun again. You know what I mean? Just want to explore each other's bodies. No, it's like you just want to make another lifelong bro. You know what I mean? Some of the best friendships are around cars, racing, drifting, lowriders. Yo, good fucking point. I should join Cholo culture and see what happens. I'm moving to California. Come over and play GoldenEye. That sounds nice. We could put in cheats. I'm scaring you. No, dude, if you're 18, bro, make as many fucking friends as you possibly can from now till you're like 22. Like just, I mean, obviously whatever you're doing's fine, but like just try. Because like say you're a rocket ship. Everybody's in their respective rocket ships and they're shooting away from Earth. Initially, when you all shoot away from Earth, you're like right next to each other. And you can look over and you see them in their rocket ship and they're going as fast as you and everything. But then because your trajectories, you know, say you're aimed for Pluto and they're aimed for Saturn, and you know what I mean? It's just like as you get further and further away from Earth, the less and less visible they become to your existence. And the more and more isolated you are in your little rocket ship heading towards your destination. You're aimed for my anus. The planet my anus. Come see me in San Diego, Joel. My roommate's moving out. Live with the boy. Hang out. Be fun. I saw San Diego, and for some reason it looked like the word San Diego looks like Comic-Con. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just used to seeing Comic-Con and San Diego together. Your 10-year-old partner has just moved out after cheating. Now I'm alone and need to start all over again. Fuck, that is tough. I don't know. Bro's going blind. What happened? Someone threw acid in Bro's eyes. Sucks when you're an introvert and can start a convo or keep the convo going. If they be looking into my eyes the entire time they talk, I'm already uncomfortable. Well, that's the thing, is like, just because you are something now, an introvert who doesn't like eye contact, doesn't mean that over a period of time you become a more comfortable introvert who can maintain eye contact for long enough to, seem normal, at least. You just gotta practice it and get used to it and see what other people do so you can pretend to be slightly human or whatever. You hate eye contact? The thing I hate about eye contact, even though it's like I do it, but I hate it because I worry that they think I'm going to kill them or something. I'm not going to, but I worry that if I stare at them too long and then they're the one that darts their eyes away, I worry in my head. I was like, oh shit, did I just scare them? You like worry that you scared somebody or gave them a bit of a startle with your intense gaze. I look into your eyes when I hear your voice. My father taught me this. It means that I'm a man because I stare into you. It means I'm attentive to your needs at any moment. Anything you say will penetrate my brain and I will absorb it. I see your soul. I'm not a serial killer per se, but do you ever wonder, like, you're like, man, I hope I don't get the opportunity to like experience the taste for blood. You know what I mean? Like, I hope in the same way that, like, say you have like a pet panther or maybe chimpanzee. In this case, I'll be a chimpanzee. And every day the chimpanzee, you've been feeding it bananas day in and day out. And it usually stays pretty chill. But there's just that one moment that chimpanzee, you cut your finger and all of a sudden, like, the drop of blood, like, falls onto the banana, and it's just like you see their fucking eyes dilate, like, what was that you put on the banana? You're like, oh, I must have cut my finger a little bit. I must have more of it. But no, I'm just saying that they're, it's a slippery slope, is all I'm trying to say. Chimps get more evil by the day. Yeah, they're just like, it's funny, like, little baby chimps do seem really fun. It's like starting out. Seem really cute. They ook and they ee, but it's just like like somebody pops a balloon accidentally at like a birthday party and like somebody's getting scalped, with their fingernail. I actually let her live here for the last year, even after she did for monetary reasons, but couldn't take it anymore. Even the extra money doesn't compensate. Yeah, that would really hurt, Sucks that it has to get to that point. Never understood how you can have a hearing aid and still not be able to hear. Who's this? Do you have a chimp that's won't listen? It felt like I ascended over 20 floors because the chase seemed never ending. The stairwell echoed with a pleading voice screaming, "Pa!" By the time I reached my bed, I was physically out of breath. And that's when I woke up with dangerously low oxygen levels, gasping for air, already surrounded by 2 attending nurses. I was intubated for a few days after that. When I regained consciousness, I recounted my dream to my attending nurse. She froze in shock before asking, why the hell do they have to... They write the whole fucking story in English And for some reason the dialogue, it's written in Tagalog, and it's like, I don't fucking speak that. What does that even mean? Naka polka dot dress ba? Probably means the girl in the polka dot dress. Okay, hold on a second. Fuck. Shit, did I just fuck that up? I did. Can you translate this? Oh wait, whoops. The phrase translates to let me know if, wait. Is she wearing a polka dot dress? Okay. Also, for making friends, practice small talk. I'm not super social, but I've managed to make friends by starting conversation with people waiting in line for classes, stuff at work. Yeah, I totally agree. I think one thing that people really take for granted is how powerful having like a sociable job is. So like, say you work in customer service at a, you know, something, say you sell cars, say you work at, you know, as a server at a restaurant, whatever it might be, like those things obviously to accomplish your task require social interaction, and it, you know, just that repetitious sort of nature is going to activate something in your brain that you probably don't even consciously realize is occurring, but it's like basically you getting, you know, reps in, you're getting experience, you're getting familiar with other human tendencies and desensitized to the anxiety that you might feel deep down, or at least telling it to fuck off for a little bit. Yeah, the small talk. Walk up to them, hey, I sell pics of my butthole online. And they're like, oh, okay, you're trying to sell me something? No, I just wanted to let you know that's a little tidbit about me. I'm like Nikocado. I work as a busser and interact with people every day, and I'm still socially awkward. I'm broken, y'all. Well, busser is hard. If you can graduate from busser to server, your social skills will probably get better. Yeah. Scratch and sniff pics. That'd be so funny. Wonder how they even like formulate the scratch and sniff stuff. If they have to like spray on a certain like type of stench related goop. And how do you guarantee that, like, why do you have to scratch it to sniff it? You can just scratch and sniff your own balls. Afraid of being hit with the hammer, I ran up the intubated. When I regained consciousness, I recounted my dream to my attending nurse. My attending nurse, Joel. He spoke in Tagalog. When I regained consciousness, I recounted my dream to my attending nurse. She froze in shock before asking, did she have a polka dot dress on? And I asked her how she knew. Apparently my dream was eerily similar to over 10 anecdotes from different patients over the decades, each one involving a girl in a polka dot dress who first appeared in the emergency area and then later in their dreams, chasing them until they woke up. The existence of this girl has been an open secret among the hospital staff, passed down from worker to worker since the 1970s, and I guess the backstory goes, more than 40 years ago, a small dengue-infected dengue. Dengue, okay. More than 40 years ago. Okay. We used to work with a group of caterers. They called the bussers busters. They never understood the verb. Busters. Oh, because they never did their job or something. More than 40 years ago, a small dengue-infected child was brought to the hospital by a young Chinese father in his 20s, and for reasons unknown, perhaps because she was an illegitimate child not recognized by the father's family, the dad abandoned her at the hospital, never to return. And the hospital recorded no proper identity for the little girl, and she eventually died alone. She was buried in the cemetery right across from the hospital, and a group of nurses helped bury the girl. They named her Shobe, a Chinese Filipino. I gotta make sure I'm saying that right. Shobe. Shobi. They named her Kobe O'Brien. Shobe. Let me ask. Yeah. Man. How you say Shobe Bilibino name? Shobe. It's pronounced Shobe. It's a Chinese Filipino term derived from Hokkien, meaning youngest sister or youngest daughter. The Sho is pronounced like Sho, and B is pronounced like Be with a softy. Shobe. They named her Shobe, a Chinese Filipino term for youngest daughter. She wore a polka dot dress. The nurse told me that while they have never actually seen the ghost, they all know of her existence. They also know that the ghost only reveals herself to certain people. Strangely, all the patients who reported seeing her shared similar physical attributes, East Asian looking, i.e. Chinese, in their 20s, of average build, around 5'8", and on the brink of death. Perhaps patients who resembled her father. Did I remind her of him? I've come to believe the ghost of this girl is still searching for her father. I won't deny it. It felt like I was running from death itself, but in hindsight, I wonder if the girl simply wanted a father. Maybe she wanted to bring one with her to the afterlife. By some miracle, I survived the whole ordeal, and I returned to that hospital last year for a routine checkup, but I never saw that girl again. Call it a blessing or a curse, but for what it's worth, that dream woke me up to a second chance at life. Maybe I should call it a blessing or curse, but damn. Call it a blessing or a curse, but for what it's worth, that dream woke me up to a second chance at life. And I hope you find peace wherever you are, little girl. Oh, well, fall asleep lots for waking up with him as well. Hell yeah, dude. Alright, so that was that one. Wait, I've seen a girl. Wait, what? Oh, wait, these are ones I just. Okay, my bad. Okay, so that word counts 6,093. Puts us at. Oh. 6,740. So now this one. How long do you use this live stream till? So probably, well, depending on how much, like if we get the word count here, I will have to see. Probably another half hour or so will be done. I just woke up from a nap, and I've been silently lurking and reading other people's posts, which are super interesting, and I don't necessarily think anything too much about my experience since the answer is right there. A ghost was talking to me from the basement. My parents commuted to work at the time, which required them to get up at 3 in the morning, get ready for an hour, and then leave the house at around 4 in the morning since the northern part of my state, where they work, we live in the central part, is very heavy with traffic. My parents built their house in 2013, and we moved in at around that time too. My sister and I would sleep upstairs, and my grandma, who was alive at the time, slept in the master bedroom on the ground floor. I was in college at the time. It was about 5 o'clock in the morning, and Grandma and my sister were sleeping. I was drinking my morning coffee in the dark, looking over my student email, when I heard a very clear woman's voice say, "Hello? Is anyone there? I need help." From the basement. At first, I thought I was developing. Hey, Red Roomy GG. Welcome to the Buttersock Hall. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, thank you. What games do you play, Red Roomy? At first, I thought that I was developing psychosis since my sister has schizoaffective mood disorder, but I immediately noticed my dogs were staring right at the basement door. They heard it too. And so I barricaded the basement and went up to my room with coffee and locked the door, and now I'm perusing Reddit, trying to find answers. Okay, how many words does that put us at? Do 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 do. So that's at, we're about 7,000. Bing bong bong, bing bong bong, bing bong bong. Have you seen my girlfriend's, or I have seen, okay. Owned by cats. Thank you for the gift or two, Mr. Too Humble. Welcome, Mr. Too Humble. Thank you, cats. Kitty cat, cat, cat. What's some business ideas you guys could think of? Not that I'm going to copy it or anything like that, but I don't know, isn't it just strange that like at some point, somewhere, some nerds thought of like, you know, whatever YouTube video was, or like YouTube, you know, YouTube sold for what, $2 billion? Like these nerds like thought of it and made it and then sold it for, to be just like set for the rest of their lives. Like, have you ever thought, I mean, you don't even know how, you don't even need to know what you don't, you know, what you don't know to have the business idea. But what have you guys ever thought about like starting a business? Because, you know, so many people like try to do YouTube or streaming, and that kind of thing. But what about like just the people who have those same sort of entrepreneurial desires, but it's like they have genuine, like unique ideas for like, doesn't even have to be like Shark Tank style stuff, but MySpace, didn't Tom sell it at a T for like 2 billion? Yeah. It's crazy. And now he just he just like travels and does photography and fucking knows. I've owned a pet sitting business for 8 years, not set for the rest of my life, but very happy and fulfilled. That's awesome. That sounds fantastic. Do you ever have any issues with the pets? How's Tom from MySpace doing? Let's see. Tom from MySpace 2024. He's dead? Holy shit. Wow. He got HIV from a prostitute. Yikes. Just kidding, that didn't happen, but he's still alive. He looks good looking. He's got a nice, cool gamer hat. Looks like he's gonna go stream Five Nights at Freddy's or something like that. Plan on launching a YouTube channel soon. I want to do video essays. Heck yeah. Yeah, video essays are definitely some of the best ways to like bust into the realm of YouTube, I think. I mean, because you don't always have to like post like every week or 2 weeks. Like some of those video essayists post like once a month, and if you're making good shit, like people will watch it, you know. Supply and demand, there was a need and created something to fulfill that need. That's a good point. Maybe we could assist AI or ask AI to, in the concept of supply and demand within the realm of making products and what you know people might need in modernity. What are some good business ideas? Give me 30. Give me 30 push-ups, ChatGPT. Okay, personalized nutrition plans, elderly care services, home organization services with people downsizing and looking for more efficient living spaces, organizing homes and storage solutions is a growing market. Sustainable packaging solutions, eco-conscious consumers looking for products packaged sustainably, offering biodegradable, reusable packaging options to be lucrative. Remote work tools provide software services that enhance remote work, such as collaboration tools, project management, or home office setups. Oh yeah, you could build stuff for people. Online education platforms, e-learning, pet care services. Hey, you mentioned that. Fitness equipment rentals. That's true, I guess. Wonder what you would rent. Custom 3D printing. Oh, there you go. Making people like dildos and stuff. Subscription box services. Subscription. Curated boxes that cater to niche markets such as fitness, wellness, pets, or home cooking. That would be kind of fun, selling like fun little boxes like filled with bullshit to people. Like you have a box and like you fill it with random stuff that you bought on eBay. They could get anything within a certain price range, maybe. Oh yeah, that would be kind of sick. Yeah, sell drugs. That'd be kind of interesting. Probably not really though, but just like they give you $100 and then you just buy $100 random worth of crap on eBay, put it in a box and send it to them. But it also just so happens that somebody on eBay sells poop, and they were running a $100 deal for a big turd. Eco-friendly cleaning products, virtual reality experiences, personal finance consulting, mental health apps or services, BetterHelp, electric vehicle charging stations, okay, drone delivery services, there you go, delivering bombs, home security solutions, sustainable clothing, smart home consulting, meal prep services. See, that's kind of doable, I feel like, from a chef standpoint. Mobile health clinics, AI-driven customer support solutions, virtual fitness coaching, cybersecurity consulting, waste reduction consulting, on-demand beauty services, providing beauty treatments, hair, cut, nails, etc. at clients' homes, electric bike rentals, yes, outdoor adventure gear, customized gifts, sustainable home improvement products. Yeah, I don't know. None of those necessarily jumped out to me, but $100 box of water. Yeah, you just send it just sloshing around. It's fucking 200 pounds. You do meal prep and catering. That's awesome. I should probably do that at some point just to like really lock in. Okay. All right. Wait. Do. We're almost towards the last story That's 7. Okay, so we'll do this one. Maybe another decently sized one after this. I think we should be good. Decent sized. Open a daycare for elderly and babies. And then the babies and the elderly get into a fight. Joel sleeping on the sponsorship for meal preps. Actually, it's kind of funny. I haven't done ads in a while, but I am working with Factors soon, so I guess that's coming, huh? What am I talking about? Stealing catalytic converters is always an option. This is true. It just sounds so complicated. I mean, I guess you have to steal the cars and then you steal but you can steal it directly from... You think they would make stealing catalytic converters a little bit more complicated? Because it seems like, yeah, it's a little far too lucrative for basic street criminals. My girlfriend and I moved into a new apartment roughly 3 years ago. Since then, she has been suffering from weekly episodes of sleep paralysis. Her brother used to have them when they were children, so she recognized what it was right away. She has described it as being completely paralyzed, except for being able to breathe and move her eyes. Most of the time, she sees a dark, tall figure moving around our apartment during these episodes. Sometimes she just hears it walking. Other times it's Sometimes she just hears it walking. Other times it's standing in the doorway staring at her, and occasionally it presses down on her chest, making it hard for her to breathe. She's a skeptic when it comes to the paranormal, yet these sleep paralysis episodes terrify her. And now, here's the really scary part. She usually manages to wake me up during these episodes by breathing quickly and loudly. I can then wake her from it, which allows her to move again, and the figure disappears. What I haven't told her is that for the past 2 months, I've seen this figure too. Right after I'm woken up by her breathing, I can see it, bent over her, pressing down on her chest. It always disappears the moment I acknowledge it or try to wake her. I've also seen it standing in the hallway, staring at me one night while I was home alone watching a movie. I pretended not to see it, and when I looked again, it was gone. Now comes the dilemma. Do I tell my girlfriend that her sleep paralysis demon might not just be a product of her mind, since I've seen it too, and at the same time as her when I wake her up from paralysis at night? I don't want to scare her. She's already terrified by the sleep paralysis, but at least she believes it's all in her head, and we can't afford to move. I think we can both live with this as long as I never tell her the truth, but I need your advice. Diesel with the 2, has anyone ever astro projected? I've never necessarily astral projected that I know. I mean, I feel like I've had some dreams where I'm like maybe above myself, but not consistently, at least. I don't know. Have you done it? You know what I was kind of curious about? In the realm of psychology, when you call someone something so many times that they become the thing that you call them. Like if you were to joke with your like coworker and say like, oh, there's Rob, the serial killer, or something like that. Like say you made those jokes to them over and over again. Is there something in psychology that like after hearing someone call you that so many times that it like starts to like manifest or something? Did I eat my honey? I don't think I had any honey today. dreaming of doing your daily stuff, then you wake up. Have you done all those things? Yeah, that would suck. Power of suggestion. What's the phrase in psychology where you call someone something so many times that they eventually become that thing? Self-fulfilling prophecies. The psychology concept you're referring to is often called, self-fulfilling prophecies. This occurs when a belief or expectation, whether about oneself or another person, influences behaviors in such a way that it leads to the fulfillment of that belief or expectation. For example, if someone is repeatedly called lazy or incompetent, they may begin to internalize that label, and over time their behavior may align with that expectation. Similarly, positive labels or expectations can lead a person to embodying those traits. This idea is also related to the Pygmalion effect. I don't know how to say that. Pygmalion effect. Positive expectations leading to positive outcomes, and the Gollum effect. Negative expectations leading to negative. Yeah, it is kind of strange. Yeah, keep calling Joni a billionaire. I mean, like, whenever you're a little kid, if like someone just keeps saying like you're strong, or if someone keeps saying like, oh, they're a hard worker, like it almost makes you want to be a hard worker more, you know. But if someone says, yeah, you're lazy and slow all the time, you'll just constantly perceive yourself as such and almost like permit yourself to be and fall into those negative perceived attributes. Pygmalion. Okay, so that was that. Let's find another nicely sized one. When I was little, I saw the ghosts of two boys that used to live on my street. Yeah. Ghost boys. Do. Ghost boys. Alright, this one's not super long, but we'll do that one. And then maybe, brothers and I had the same nightmare. Is that interesting? Spoke with my brother. He's seen the demon entity at least 4 other times. I don't know. Dreams, they're scary, but I don't really know if they're that scary for someone. I feel like I need Skinwalker encounter in Yosemite. That could be interesting. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do that one. This is a trip. Am I looking at an astronaut brewing in a cauldron? You certainly are. Well, he's not brewing. He's just letting out all of his space gas. Okay, so this story plus the other one. So that one story puts us at 7,700. And then this one puts us at... It's going to be over 8,000, so we know that. So we're good. Okay, if we can sweet. I'm just isolation maxing due to the strange state, I guess, getting older. Yeah, bro. Can you wait 4 hours so I can catch up? Yeah, we'll just sit here and wait a little bit. Oh, man. For some context, this was at the first house that I lived in, and I was around 4 or 5. Keep in mind I have a pretty overactive imagination as a kid, but this encounter felt so real and unlike anything I've experienced before. I woke up in the middle of the night in my mother's room. I forgot why I was in my mom's room, but I remember that she was sleeping and her room was lighted enough that I was able to look around the room. But when I looked towards her bedroom door, I saw 2 white figures, seemingly playing. They appeared to be young, as they seemed smaller than, say, my father seemed around a little older than the people. They appeared to be young, as they seemed smaller than, say, my father, and seemed around a little older than people my age I knew. They also weren't transparent. These figures had actual mass to them, like shadow people in the best way to describe it, but instead of black, they were completely white. Now anyway, when I saw them, they stopped playing and stared right at me, and my whole body froze and I was unable to say anything. I didn't even want to wake up my mother. I was that frightened to move. Then the two figures started to walk to me as excruciatingly slow as possible. As they crossed to my side of the bed, one of the boys had reached his hand out to touch me and then faded away just as he reached me. It wasn't until a few years later when I brought this up with my dad, and he told me that he used to see a bunch of ghosts when he was a kid at our house. He grew up in my first house, but he never saw ghosts of two children. He did say that he heard a story growing up that there were two boys that actually died on that street that we lived in. One died falling down the stairs and the other died in some way I forgot, but he didn't know the boys personally. And that's all I got. I've told a few people this, and they brought up sleep paralysis, and I felt like I could move. I was just afraid to move in that moment. I did say that I had an overactive imagination back then, so it is entirely possible that maybe I did imagine it all, but it felt so real, and unlike any night terror I had brought up in my... Man... Decompressing, yeah. The only haunt familial connections are connected to specific locations. Wait, what do you mean? Hey, Jiffy Wax Jesus, welcome to the Buttersock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Does Pretty not get the zoomies in your home? Do you let him out? He does get the zoomies. Sometimes we get real excited and I'll even just hear him. He usually does it up in the hallway upstairs. Hitchhiking demon story. Yeah, write it up. And it doesn't really matter that much if your writing skills are terrible or anything like that. We can fix it in grammar editing. I did say I had an overactive... Fuck. I did say that I had an overactive imagination back then, so it is entirely possible that I imagined it all. But it felt so real and unlike any night terror that I had brought up by my imagination. If you have any explanations, that would be awesome, but for now, I'll just sign off on that note. In the spirit of giving. I'm always kind of in the spirit of giving, but in like real life, I steal from, like, people's Christmas trees. No, but, like, in real life, I don't know. Like, I am in the spirit of giving to most people I know if they need help. But I feel like if I'm being taken advantage of, that shit drives me insane. Like, it makes me hate someone forever. Not actually hate them forever, but it pisses me off because, like, so many people will genuinely take advantage of you while also, like, convincing themselves that their needs are always correct, you know? That it's never... that, like, everything they do is an honorable, you know, need kind of thing, if that makes sense, when it might otherwise not be honorable. And it's just silly. Okay. This experience I'm going to describe has taken a while for me to get together and actually write down. It takes place in Yosemite National Park in August of 2017, with my two best friends, Zach and Andrew. Zach had worked that summer as a parking agent at Glacier Point and was pretty familiar... Damn it. When do I read email submissions? All the time, I guess. Zach had worked that summer as a parking agent at Glacier Point and was pretty familiar with the area. His employee housing that he was given was a house in Wawona with two other guys. Let me see, I was saying Wawona correctly. What? Someone said Wayawana. What is it, Wawona or Waywana? But then this... That's annoying. Yeah, it's spelled like that, but... Wawona. Oh, okay. That's weird. I wonder why that lady said Waywana. Our motives are based on either greed or fear, so hard balance to strike. Is that greed or fear? Yeah. Yeah, and I guess we just, whatever actions we take, we just find a way to justify it in our head no matter what. Doesn't mean we shouldn't be forgiven, I guess, but it's just like, no matter who the person is, they're always going to be the main character in the story, and a main character can't ever be bad, right? I don't know. It's stupid. His employee housing, he was given a house in Wawona with two other guys. Andrew and I were visiting for the week and had each been to Yosemite before, and one of the nights there we decided to watch the sunset over the Chinalula. God damn it, I knew there was going to be all these stupid motherfucking words. I knew when I was reading tonight that there was going to be words involved. What the fuck? Chilnualna. 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 Okay. Jesus Christ. Chilnualna. One of the nights there, One of the nights there, we decided to watch the sun set over Chilnuwana Falls. It was a great hike that Zach had done before. The trail was about 4 miles to the top with about a 2,000-foot elevation gain. We brought food and decided to hike up and take a swim and eat at the pools on top of the falls. We set out on a couple of hours before sunset. As we approached the top portion, we were about half a mile to the top of the falls where a guy, about our age, early 20s, ran up to us from bushes, frantically asking for help. His friend had fallen 50 feet off of a cliff and had shattered his femur. Zach was used to this, and after working in the park all summer, he had seen many injuries and was used to it. The man didn't have cell reception, but I did, so I called 911 and reported the accident, requesting search and rescue. After a few minutes, we decided that we wanted to continue the hike after search and rescue assured us that they would be there soon with a helicopter. We told the guy that help was on its way, and we continued the next half-mile up to the top of the falls. When we got up there, it was a picture-perfect scene, a beautiful sunset as we swam and ate. We then got an amazing show as we saw the helicopter land to pick up the injured guy that we had just encountered right below us. I'm a private pilot and Air Force aviator, so I loved every second of watching the helicopter land on the mountainside. After the sunset, we began the hike down and past the spot where the injured guy in search and rescue was taken. So apparently, Mr. Poop, the YouTube channel, was canceled because at his job at Wendy's, he took a 15-minute smoke break and didn't come back for 25 minutes. That's nearly double his allotted government-regulated smoke break. Pretty fucked up if you ask me. After the sunset, we began the hike down and passed the spot with the injured guy, and search and rescue was taking care of him. We had a brief encounter with them. They thanked us for calling it in, and it was now dark out, and we continued the hike down. There wasn't much moonlight, and it was pretty dark, so we used our phones as flashlights to see the trail. And this is where the story gets interesting. The top of the hike was switchbacks with a steep incline on the right, and a steep decline on the left with shrubs and trees. It was definitely too steep to hike down, hence the switchbacks. And about 1 mile into the hike, Zach was in front with a light, and I was second, also shining my light, and Andrew was in the back. Zach was shining his light ahead and saw something sticking out from behind a tree that was about 15 feet ahead, just off to the right of the path, and instinctively shined his light on it. That's when whatever it was... Okay, I gotta put this fucking grammar into... I hate when... I also heard Mr. Poop and Mrs. Poop on a hot mic saying the Z word. That's when whatever it was revealed itself from behind the tree and ran across the path, down to the left and down the steep grade. It ran on 2 feet and resembled some sort of humanoid figure. It was a little shorter than us and clearly had 2 arms and 2 legs, but it moved in an inhuman way. It vaguely resembled a person with a head and limbs, but appeared to be just skin, no clothes at all. All 3 of us saw it, and we froze in our tracks. We continued shining the light where it had run, down the left side of the mountain, but we didn't see anything after it disappeared. We were absolutely terrified, none of us really knowing what to say because we had no idea what we had just witnessed. The worst part was that we still had another 3-mile hike ahead of us, plus another 1.5 miles from the trailhead to Zach's house, all while knowing that this creature could be stalking us close by. Luckily, we made it to his house, terrified and exhausted, but unharmed. Whatever it was must have been just as scared of us as we were of it. My question is, has anyone else had a similar experience in that area? I've done some research, and my best guess would be a skinwalker, but it didn't try to lure us into the forest with it. We had another strange experience a couple of years later in Tioga Pass, right outside the Tioga gate of the park. We were camping in a closed campground in that area, and in the middle of the night, I woke up to go to the bathroom, and before exiting the tent, I saw an orb about 5 feet away, floating by with a bright light. I don't think it was a person because Zach, Andrew, and I all saw the orb, and there wasn't anyone around us. Our friend Jackson, who was also in the tent, told us that the next morning that he had felt rocks being thrown at the tent all night, along with hearing footsteps nearby. Has anyone else ever had these similar strange experiences? I'd love to hear them. We all know what we saw, and we know that it wasn't human. What's up, Dandy Dude? How you doing? All right, man. For over 4 hours there, we had a lot of recording. We found out a lot of information, such as Tom Anderson from MySpace is not dead. Exciting news. Google Docs. I always thought it'd be funny, like, do you guys remember twit longers? Like when people would like post twit longers and then say like read. It just says read with like a link. And I just thought it'd be really funny, like, you usually click it and it's like some sort of, drama stuff or whatever. But just how funny it would be, like you click it and it's like them going into like either writing out like the Never Gonna Give You Up lyrics or something like that, or just them going on like a long-winded rant about how much they hated, Alien 3 or some shit. I don't know. Go to docs. Ensa, what's up, dude? Wait, we listened to your music before, right? I was gonna say I recognize that name. You made any new songs? All right, guys, outro song here, you guys, or outro music. No, what the fuck am I saying? Outro script. Have I seen the Succubus? I don't think so. Oh, you have made new stuff? Okay, we're gonna listen to it after this. You gotta tell us which one you want us to listen to. How do you remember everyone? I don't know. I literally don't know. I just see people and I'm like, I know that person. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com and maybe even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, you're top 8. We're always going top 8. That's how you can climb. Listen to Can't Let Go. You got it. Let's do it, baby. Can't let go of my wiener. It's just too much fun. Okay. Okay. Posted 1 month ago. We're going to go back here. Hell yeah. Damn, dude. That's some serious R&B right there.
For the first time our eyes met with you is when my heart went so hot that we melted like chocolate. We had relations, but we both was taken, and we did a lot of faking and snaking to keep on dating. Telling nobody, gotta keep it on the low. Oh, we make this official, 'cause whenever
can't let go of my wiener.
keep it on the low. This girl got me caught up, and I'm losing control.
I can't stop touching my fucking cock.
It feels so right, but yet it's wrong.
I should probably go to jail for what I do in public. Can't stop touching, can't stop touching, can't stop touching. It just feels so good.
We shouldn't be doing this. I'm wishing her when you could switch with mine. It's going ludicrous. Like a lunatic.
When I was in the bathtub, when I was real young, I discovered something floating. Can't stop playing with my wiener. Hey, son. I know I was joking, but that song fucking rocks, bro. Like, that's actually so top quality right there. And you do so many different genres, too, which is so awesome. What's this one? Oh, wait, is this? Yeah, you do so many different genres. That's crazy. But it's cool. You're hitting all of them, like, perfectly. Each one of them. So, mad respect for that. That's freaking awesome. Everybody go. Yeah, like, how does music, like, really pop off? Does it have to, like, get picked up on, like, the TikTok algorithm or whatever to get used in people's clips and that kind of thing? Different languages, too. That's crazy. That's awesome. Well, guys, thanks for hanging out tonight. We will be getting... These won't technically be Australian ghost stories anymore. It'll just be normal paranormal video, but we are long overdue. But you can still expect to see Papa Scares at the end of that, as well as Misfit Horror. Be sure to show them some love in the comments when they are in the collab tomorrow. Be much appreciated. And subscribe to them. Go subscribe to Isan Music. Wait for his next hit. Otherwise, guys, I'll be back with another banger this Wednesday. Yes, the weeks are flying by. The quickening is happening. Life is passing us by fast, but we will take every moment we can to wart. Appreciate it. Guys, thanks so much for the positive energy tonight. You guys rock. I'm going to give out one more. I'm just going to give out one more. Just one more, man. I'm jonesing to hand out a gift. Dun, dun, dun. And it went to Wendy Melton. Welcome. But yeah, I'll be back Wednesday night. Follow me on Twitter at Let's Read. Follow me on Instagram at letsread.official. And I'll be sure to get those paranormal stories up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Otherwise, guys, I'll see you streaming on Wednesday, but new video will be up tonight on Monday. Same time, same place, 9 p.m. EST here on YouTube. Okay. Goodbye.